won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Friday and happy non-farm payrolls. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, guys. Good morning, chat.
Good morning.
Any trades overnight or this morning?
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
that
she-
smile.
Mm-hmm.
I went hella long, lots of accounts. So
Sweet.
it's good morning so far.
Barbie, do you want to get us started and share a little bit about your longs?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think it's probably obvious what I'm looking at. Non-farm payroll. It held the key level that I was looking at here. It was really a zone. I've been looking at a zone from around 15 up to about 20. My magnet's on. It's not gonna let me do this pretty. So when non-farm held that, I got in, just got long. It's like, let's go. So I'm still in one last position. I was originally going for like $1,500 plays, and the first one ended up coming back down to 600. So I got back in, going for it again. But mostly booked on that one. I've got one account still running, hoping to get, that one's in NASDAQ. I'm hoping to get 23,900. So we're almost there. But for today, so non-farm came in. We were pumping yesterday, I think, in anticipation from people who kind of had the insight. So that was a little bit of a hint. The way that I'm looking at it, we tagged an area yesterday. Is that same little zone that I was just talking about? The 60. Where are we? I've switched charts and now I'm lost. It was really just below that all-time high around the 65.15 to 65.20. The way that I'm looking at this is that's where we lost my train of thought because I'm watching this trade too. But that's where we traveled to overnight. And then as far as this data holding it, as long as this data continues to hold that level, that's really super bullish. So as long as we're 65, 15, 20 and above, that was our all-time high there around 23. So as long as that whole zone holds, this is super bullish. The other kind of scenario that I was looking at, we're already kind of not playing into, and that was to stay inside of the data candle. And that's kind of easy to figure out those levels because you can find that on anything. On ES, the initial data came down to 65.02. But now it's just this high that keeps pushing. The initial data high was 65.32. So I'm watching that level as well. It's kind of lining up right with that all-time high. So that's going to be another key level above to see if they're going to hold. I think right now the game is seeing how far they can push it, and then eventually we'll come back down and test, and that'll be important to see what ends up holding. Because yeah, the chop scenario was staying inside of that data candle. That's why I had marked it, and we're already kind of breaking out of that. The bear scenario is pretty obvious. It's if we can't hold this zone that I just talked about, kind of at the bottom of this consolidation from last night. Basically, if we don't hold the overnight low, that's going to be a big warning sign. But that's when I would start wondering if we're just going to start testing down to try to find support. The market's bullish right now. Gold's been pumping too. Everything's expecting the data to support what we're looking at for the Fed for the FOMC meeting to have the rate drop. So the market's pretty happy on that. At the same time, you want to protect longs and book gains and all that stuff as we head up here. In fact, I'm kind of doing that right now because we're right at that 900 level. So
Let's go. Let's go. W for Barbie winning. Chat. W for Barbie.
W for Barbie's pool guy.
Nick wants to be my pool guy because he's coming today.
W for Barbie's pool guy. But no, for real, good trade though. Honestly, I was able to catch longs yesterday. Here, I'll show you guys that trade.
More gain born. Let's go.
I forgot I forgot. I cannot believe I was like, okay, going down. You're traveling today. Don't leave your mouse, right? Don't leave the mouse. I left it right on the desk. So I'm playing with the little freaking touchpad here on my PC. But yeah, let me show you the trade I had yesterday. It was kind of funny because right after I tweeted, hey, day before NFP, I probably won't take anything. However, we ran this London and Asia low, and we got a very, very nice move to the upside here. Very, very quickly. That's what I like to see, right? On 1 minute trades, I don't take them a whole lot. But when I do take them, I want them to make a quick move from the lowest low after it takes liquidity. So like I say, the London low that was down here, I'm not marking it off because freaking it's just annoying. It's down here and also had a short-term stop run. And then you see how quickly we displaced higher. I will mark off my entry. My entry was right here. And target, God, what? I should have just went to Walmart last night and got me a freaking mouse. Oh, this is awful. Anyways, that was my entry. And target was obviously up to here. Okay, I don't know what that was, but I'll figure it out later. Yeah, so target was up to here, and entry right there for just above it, like 2 hour trade. I was like 20.34, 40.34. Yeah, so like right around in there and moved very nicely. Very, very clean for a day before NFP. I took one partial right here because ES ran this corresponding high. That's what I like to do because I was in the weaker asset the whole time, right? Yeah, I forgot to bring up the thing. Yeah, for sure. That's what I like to do. If I'm in the weaker asset and, for example, ES ran this corresponding high right here, I took partial right here, and then I held the rest to break even, and I just let it play out. So it's about an hour and a half trade, and it worked out very nicely. So, yeah, that was I was not expecting to have a trade like that day before NFP, but it worked out. As for today, let's see here. Move drawings.
Celebrate you too, Nick. W for Nick. Winning.
Nick.
Let's go. W for Nick, guys.
W for Nick. W for Nick. So, why the hell confused with that? But on the hourly chart was what I was watching this morning. I did one shot, one kill on my Discord. So we try pass evals pretty quickly on news. I was like, hey, I'm kind of leaning short because I'm long the rest of the way for the session. And usually NFP is a 2-part move. So I was able to, pass an eval on the move lower. Some people did, some people didn't. And then from there, I was looking for higher prices. Now that I see it, I went down to the hotel lobby to get breakfast, so I ended the stream right like 8:35. But this was a good move right here. If someone took this on this retest right here, this is like literally my entry model. But I was like, I don't trade before 9:30. So hopefully, I still have a draw on liquidity higher. So we have all-time highs here on NQ. This looks like, to me, I don't know if y'all hear that beep, but that's kind of weird. To me, this looks like a 1 hour market maker model to the upside. Let me just zoom out.
Not the market makers.
Yeah, market makers, baby. So sell model down to here. Now we're putting up the buy model. Where are we targeting? Well, we're going to target right back to all-time highs, right? Or, even this original consolidation high is what I'm looking at least. So, oh, wow, my thing just keeps beeping. Can y'all hear that beep?
Nope, it's all in your head.
Oh,
yeah. It's the ICT, the kidnapping that happened.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I still have a move for higher. I'm gonna be watching the 15 minutes, see if I can get a pullback into one of these gaps in here to potentially take advantage of a long. I have a strict cutoff time of day, like 10:30, just because I'm on my second vacation of the week. So, yeah, I got a good trade yesterday. I think I finished 2 or 3 on the week, and the third trade I took that was a loss. I was just early. I think I was on Tuesday short. So yeah, no, I'm gonna be watching for a move down into here, and then a quick move, very similar to the trade I had yesterday. Quick move down, sharp move up, and then giving me an entry, and then just gone. So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm watching on that. Gold's been on a ripper too.
Yeah.
If you guys have any questions, drop them here in the chat. And Nick sounds like he had some good drinks yesterday. LOL. I did. I went to the bar and I had me a lemon water. I had me a lemon water, but I had a banger burrito. It was so good. I watched the Cowboys and the Eagles. That was a very good game.
Who won?
And the Eagles won, but man, the Cowboys played pretty good. I knew they covered that spread at 8.5. Did you also forget your camera not filming with the gray rock? Okay.
It's on the potato cam today.
Yeah. Oh, and I have this zit right here. It has a brain of its own.
You should just do like the kids do and put stickers on them.
No, I need one of my wife's pimple popper patches that goes over it. Those things do wonders. Oh my god!
Yeah, but you gotta get the decorative ones that have like smiley faces.
Or the
I can't believe they go to
stars.
school with smiley faces on their face.
Yeah, man. I like the ones just matches the skin color because you can't even tell you have one. But yeah, Cowboys always give hope early and then they fall apart. Yeah, I don't know how people can be Cowboys fans, including my dad. But yeah, it was definitely an entertaining game. So yeah, no, this is what I'm watching really, just a pullback, hopefully, for a move higher. We don't have any news 9:30 or 9:45 or 10 a.m. news, so maybe just 9:30 manipulate slower and then distribution higher at 10 o'clock. So
please move back down.
Yeah,
let's do it again.
Barbie can go balls deep in there long.
Good
Steelers
morning.
all the way. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Delusional, Pine Tree Trader, Ethan. Voltron is in the house. Good morning, Jan. So what are you guys thinking? Chat, are you looking for longs or a reversal and go short, or no trade? The move has already happened.
I am going to be cautious now that I've got profit because I like it. So
yeah, you booked a bunch of profits this morning.
Yeah,
Tim Vesh is in the house.
Got into
I
4
hopped on the
different
stream
accounts.
and I saw Barbie's face. I'm like, yep, she's on a long run.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I'm not balls deep in one, but I am in a long. I'm like, okay. I was like, okay. No trade. Let's hope price comes back.
A lot of cautious people, though. That's good. I like the waiting. You know what I've noticed because we had the stats is, and I think it's because I'm sitting here talking to y'all. I've been taking more weird trades at the open. They don't work. The stats say to wait. So go look at your stats. My stats say don't take a trade in the first 15.
The first 15 minutes of 9:30 from 9:30 to 9:45.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had noticed.
I do hit some, but it's not worth it.
I get them too, but I just feel like I always majority of my stop losses come in that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Like I can't find
wins aren't making up
good
for all
trades
those
in there. Yeah, it's not like I can't find good trades in there, but like when I do get stopped out, it's always during those times.
Mm-hmm. So the stats on the back end, go look at those on all your different accounts, even the ones you failed. Go look at them and see what the problem was.
Mm-hmm.
So
some people want the non-farm payroll low. That would be great, but we'll see.
Oh.
The market's a little excited this morning.
I don't know if we're gonna get that now. That's a little crazy.
There is a poll, trade or no trade. So far, 58% have voted for trade. No trade, 42%.
Tim, that's all of us. All of us know that I am the problem. The problem is me. I'm the problem with my own trading.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have cool things like stats, though. So even if you're not taking the time to journal your trades and log them, like I've told y'all, I at least used to do that on options. There wasn't anything that would show me a little calendar with all the little times and everything. So at bare minimum, if you're not documenting your trades, go look at in the back end where MyFunded has documented those for you. My problem, Ezra.
What'd you say? Your problem? Not
He said,
documenting?
I'm not the problem. It's like, I'm my problem.
Yeah, I think we're all our own problems.
Mm-hmm.
I was down here. I was driving down here yesterday, and I passed. So it was kind of a funny story. I passed my old job on the way down. I passed it, and I had to charge my car. I had to get gas, right? And so I was like, man, like let me just drive by my old job because it was right off of the interstate. So I pulled in, and I got low-key got a little emotional there because like I worked there for like 6 months, and it was like the longest. Well, it was the job I was gonna go. That was like my career, and like 3 days after Thanksgiving, I got fired there, and it was like 2 days. No, it was 3 days before Thanksgiving, and a couple days after my birthday. I got fired there, and like that one moment like completely changed like my life. So I have a video coming out about that sometime next week. Just mainly just me talking in the car. But like if I did get fired, like who knows? I wouldn't be freaking sitting here right now probably, which is so wild to me. You know, like just one. And
That's
at the
cool
time,
story.
I was like, the world is crashing. You know, I'm getting married here in like 4 months. Like, how am I going to be able to do this? It was just so wild. I just drove by. I was like, holy cow. And I only made like $1,900 every 2 weeks. And then granted, I was like working my way up. So I think I eventually would have made, you know, like 20K like a month. But I mean, even that, it's not even, I mean, that's good.
Now you
but
can
it's
do
not
that in
like,
5 minutes.
Like, yeah, I mean, like yesterday, oh crap, coffee in my shorts. Yeah,
That's an inspiring,
Nick,
that's an inspiring story. I can't wait till the video comes out.
Yeah, no, it was yeah, it's pretty cool because I don't know. I remember because like I come in that morning, and then after that we go. The boss drives down, right? And yeah, I was thinking, you know, I'm gonna get relocated. I'm gonna go into the sales side of it now, which is what I was gonna do. And he takes me to like some sub place across the street, and he's like, "Hey, you know, we're going a different route in terms of some people, and we're like letting you go." I'm like, I didn't believe it at all, but there was a lot of people who got laid off around that same time, which kind of sucks. But yeah, bro. Now I just tell him to put the fries in the bag, bro.
At the time when terrible things happen or we're experiencing a super low, sometimes it's hard to like see past through that. But like, there's always tomorrow. There's always new adventures ahead.
Yeah, it really is when you get to your lowest low that you have to kick yourself in the ass and find another way. So a lot of the biggest success stories will start out like that. Like it was literally the worst time in my life, the worst day in my life, whatever it is. But instead of succumbing to that, you know, becoming the victim and circumstances of life are defeating me, you rise up and say like, F this. You know, I need to be a winner. I deserve to be a winner. I'm going to go find a way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. 100%. At that time, it sucked so bad. Like I went into the bathroom, I cried. Like right after he told me, I'm like, I didn't even ask why I got fired. I still don't know to this day. But I think it was mainly just I don't know. They just want to go. Like
Just
a
jealous.
lot of people got fired around that same time, so
Yeah,
maybe they were
a lot of cuts.
maybe.
It sounds like they were just
Yeah,
maybe
no, it was.
downsizing.
But I just have my own business. So,
And now you're here sharing
I know.
all of
I'm
this
here
knowledge
with Terry
with us.
Trades 100 and Bull Barbie and the pool guy.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, TradingView does need to get rid of confirm buttons. That is annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Jobs talked about how he got fired from a company that he was in. Have you guys seen that commencement speech on YouTube?
I've seen parts of it. I need to rewatch it. I don't know if I showed you guys this. I'm currently reading this book right now called Shoe Dog. I showed y'all that. It's about Phil Knight. It's the guy who founded Nike. It's a very good book so far. It's basically just like a memoir, but it's good. It's got some good stuff in there.
It's inspiring. I love
Yeah,
inspiring
no.
stories.
Well, my thing is, it's crazy how broke they are when they start the business. Like they're like 30 or 40 years old and they're dead broke, and then like 5 years later they're billionaires. You know what I mean? I'm like, holy cow! Like, what did y'all do? I'm over here like when I was 20, I got fired when I was 21, 22 from that job, and I was like, man, the world's in it. I'm never gonna figure anything out. And I'm like, dude, like. And I was in a time without social media and freaking Grok and Chat GPT or whatever. So you really have no excuse now to. I mean, you could build a business with Chat GPT. It probably makes you 60 grand a year just if you just played around with it. Not saying
I had less than $100 in my bank account when I started my real estate brokerage. Just
dang, that's so inspiring.
Like that is how the stuff goes. Like I was asking people for help with food and stuff. So
dang, yeah, that's crazy. That's one thing
I was tired of it too. I mean, I got laid off and I was tired of it. And I was like, I'm just gonna go do my own thing. I got a real estate license. I'm not gonna work for anybody else. Let's just go. It's scary, but
it is scary at first. Like my first week doing trading full time, that was September of 2021. And man, that first 2 weeks was scary because honestly, the first year had it was like ups and downs. But the biggest thing was I noticed after a couple months, okay, those rules that I didn't like in my old job, it's important to have those rules. You can't just be going with the flow every single day. Like you have to have systems in place. And I feel like the more structured I have my schedule, the better I do. Like I have my trading time. So that way at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm not trading because I don't particularly trade
that's
well.
really
during that time,
important.
3 o'clock.
Because you can get sucked into the charts and just keep watching when there's no business being at the charts anymore. You've already done your plan. It's done. Why are we still sitting there? I feel that. I've been there.
Yeah, 100%. So my hardest part, like when I was going full time, was letting go of the unknown, right? I was trying to push the button to find out the unknown, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
I wouldn't,
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Well, it works sometimes, but it's like I think when things like that work and it works sometimes, it reinforces that bad behavior.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I always tell my students, the most expensive, when you break your rules and it works, it's the most expensive profit you'll ever make, right? Because it's just going to reinforce you to do it the next time, and next time probably isn't going to work out. So yeah. Yeah, no. So, but yeah, going full time in trading, it's hard for sure. Whereas I feel like with real estate business, it's kind of the same because if you don't work, what's the word? Well, trading's different. It is completely different because more time doesn't equal more money. In real estate, you need to put more time in so you can get more leads and get more money.
It's not quite that way either, though. It's in real estate, you're leveraging expertise instead of time, and a lot of people expect you to do the time. And I've had to fire clients for that. It's like, no, you need to work full time for this. Like that's not how that works.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, my wife's an agent as well, so.
Yeah, you're not leveraging time at that point. That's how a lot of self-employment works, though, including trading. You're not leveraging your time here. You're leveraging your expertise and how much leverage you have in the market.
Mm-hmm. I noticed too, my problem with trading was it wasn't the trades I was taking. It was the frequency of trades I had. So I noticed, I was like, okay, well, if I want to make the money I want to make, I'm going to have to take my next couple payouts and invest that into more accounts, and then just take those same trades on more accounts or across different ones, kind of how I do now. And that's how it works out, right? That's how I hit the profit goals for the month. And I won't even say I set profit goals for a month. I just kind of let it go. But I have a range, right? I have a range of where I want to be, and I know how many trades I can get per month. So, yeah. But it took me a long time to do that. I was just hard headed, right? I was doing what a lot of people on the stream watching right now are doing. Trying to force everything, get a payout, blow the funded, or blow. I blew a lot of live accounts, like cash, like 5, 10K accounts at a time,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
There are certain things that we all have to go through. Like we see other people go through it, and then for some reason it doesn't connect where we can prevent ourselves from going through that. I've noticed that every single one of us has to go through some of it.
Yeah, I agree. There's always so much you can tell people. Like, I feel like you have to go through it on your own, and
you have to feel the pain yourself.
You have to feel the pain, man. Like the stuff I tell people now, people have told me that before, right? I just didn't listen, and that's pretty much it. You have a Range Rover, bro? No, I think about copping a G-Wagon next year or into this year.
You got to get talk to your accountant.
I'm not
tax advantages.
I'm not telling you on the color though, because someone will steal my color.
Market is going to open. Let's go.
I did just get a Tesla though.
Good luck, everyone.
Our Tesla. Did you buy my Tesla? No, ours was. You didn't want ours.
G-Wagon is such a pimp mobile, bro. No, bro. So I can't do cars. Like the Tesla I have is kind of like an SUV-ish, car. It's like a Model Y. I can't do a car. I just cannot do one. I've been in the Lambos. I've been in the Uruses. Oh, there's a bell.
Market is open.
I've been in all those. They just don't work for me. I'm 6'4". Like it doesn't work. So I like trucks, but I'd probably go like King Ranch I'd probably go with a King Ranch if I got a truck, like a white King Ranch. But the truck part in the back, I don't really use it. It'd just be for my golf clubs. So SUV is kind of my thing. All right, so we came into that 15-minute gap. Let's see. Whoa, holy cow.
It's still looking bullish. Like, this is nuts. I'm not entering anything yet, but yeah.
Yeah, so G-Wagon or Mercedes Maybach. So really the only thing that works for me, honestly. Didn't know Nick was a giant.
I take the Maybach.
See him in the camp. Bro, y'all really thought I was 5'7"? Y'all are. I'm literally 6'4".
What about 6'7"? See if there's any super young people around.
I like the Mercedes Maybach a lot. I just feel like that's a car that people drive you around in. That's not a car you drive. Yeah.
There's a guy around here that drives a Bentley SUV. He drives it to the post office himself and everything. So you never know.
I used to sell Cadillacs. They're okay. Like the Escalades. My wife has a Yukon Denali. It's kind of like an Escalade, but I like it. I just can't get the same car as my wife.
You gotta have different vehicles. Sometimes I don't want to drive big old Escalade or truck around. That's why we got something smaller.
That's kind of how I don't know, like just the places I go, like the parking spots are just super small. And I just look at my bro, there ain't no way a truck fitting in here. Like,
yeah. Like we have a Super Duty, but it's literally like to go pick up hay. Nobody ever wants to park that anywhere. And we tow stuff with it, but lots of cars have auto parking. My Escalade has auto parking.
Oh yeah, my Tesla has that. It's so cool. I like it.
Maybach is just it's push.
I'd love to have a driver one day, but I was like, well, I can just get a fully autonomous car one day. So is it nice, Nick? Do you have the fully autonomous where you just enter in the address and then it just like goes? And Barbie, you have a Tesla too.
Yeah,
well,
hers is old. Hers is old.
Ours had it didn't have the full self-driving. It had where it'll keep the speed and then it'll keep you in the lane. but my Escalade has that too. So
Oh yeah, the Super Cruise on the Escalade.
I have the old Super Cruise, not the new one, but
Oh, okay.
it's almost the same. I think there was only like one more feature. They're trying to get me a new one. They're trying hard. I'm like, I like mine though. It's this nothing. The one I've had 3. This is my 3rd one. It's never had anything wrong with it. So just like, leave me alone in my perfect opposite of lemon. Somebody was asking me if I drive a Mini Cooper. What? I don't road rage. I'm
Nah, I could see you road
rage is for
raging.
like 20-year-olds.
I could see you road raging, 100%.
No, I just turn on the Rage Against the Machine. It's fine. Keeps me calm. They do sell Fiats here. I've seen those, or at least they used to. Or in North Austin, I think they do.
Yeah, I like classic
Next to a smart car one time with one of the trucks, and my daughter thought it was hilarious. She took a picture too. Like, that's not a car.
You guys spend money on cars. I spend money on. Well, I have to spend money on something, bro. Like,
I got classic cars too, Static. Don't worry about it. Go look at my Instagram, Static. I do like German cars. I've had several, but the Cadillac sure is reliable.
The Juice Man. The Juice Man 69 says, I could for sure see Barbie road rage. What do you mean you don't trade the orb? Speaking of the orb, Barbie, you have a new video. I haven't, I need to check it out on the orb, right?
Well, I just did like a trade recap, kind of. So the orb yesterday sucked, but it kind of gave a little clue that it was going to suck. And everyone keeps asking for, I get that question almost daily, but I want a confirmation for the orb. What confirmation should I use? And everyone's asking me VWAP or RSI or MACD, like they want some indicator, but we have a surge of volume and a surge of price action at the open. So all the indicators are lagging at open, every single one, because we've gone from slow to fast. And so there's every single one. So yeah, that video I was showing how you can kind of use price action in the midpoint of the orb to help figure out if it's going to be a choppy session or not. Once they start lining up, that's when the orb works better.
I agree. I've been ever since I've been bull Barbie and chilling with the YouTube videos on the orb. I pay attention. You know, like if that 15-minute candle is one way, right? I want to see that, right? Or maybe it like wicks down the first part of it, like an open low and then a very strong high close. That's okay too, right? I'm paying attention to that. Like, I don't use the orb in my trading, but like
well, I was looking at the midpoints in the short. I was looking at the midpoints. So yesterday, I can't show this easily now because it's in a video, but I have the midpoint on my opening range. And so ES was staying in the top half and NASDAQ was walking down the bottom half. And sure enough, I took those trades because I'm doing it just for sport. And those ones both failed. Later, they were both bouncing and getting past the midpoint line and syncing up and really working. And that's the trade that ended up working. Unfortunately, I took stop outs first. So even though I won the later trade, the net for the day was red on that strategy. So I know when people aren't trading it as systematically as I am and having it as like this kind of side project, it's a little bit frustrating. And so that's why I'd put out that video as kind of a little trick that you can watch to see if we're heading into chop versus breakout conditions.
Thanks, Barbie. I will definitely watch that. Go subscribe to Barbie's channel and also Nick Does Futures channel, guys.
Y'all, Steve's trolling. Steve knows Orb is not rebranded ICT.
I did get taken in the short on the 5-minute orb on the downside. We'll see what happens. Orb is bro backwards. I like that.
That is true. Yeah, see, I told y'all Steve's trolling. Don't take everything so seriously, y'all. It's the internet.
$7.92. Yeah, I'd like to see it come lower.
Ooh, MyFundedFutures says, haven't done this in the segment yet. Let's run 5 winners from chat randomly. Good luck.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So 792 is that wick low. I kind of like that. It's kind of near the highs before the data.
It's going.
That's a nice little spot. I like that. Whoever came up with that, I'd lost it, but
Go, go, go. It's looking like it wants to go touch VWAP on NQ.
Looks like we're 600 away from 50K subs. Make sure you guys are hitting the sub button, and like the stream.
and now we got Magnus on our team, so he's going to fight for that 50K special. I know he is.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how Nick put Luke on the spot yesterday. Like, it would be a good idea. So Nick's got our back here too.
That was genius.
Well, he asked me first. He was like, "Nick, what do you think of this plan?" I'm like, I was expecting him to be like, "Hey guys, what do we think?" I'm like, "All right, well, you brought this on yourself, Luke."
It is a great idea, though. 50% off, flash. So we'll see what gets put up for us. Yeah,
50%
something good.
Off, 50% off per hour, maybe. I don't think that would be.
I like the idea of a true flash sale. I see all these fake flash sales, these Temu flash sales that last for a week. That's not a flash sale.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe from 9 to 10:30, right? No, doing our segment would be great.
Yeah.
Well, it's your idea. It better be.
Yeah, better be. I'm like a pool guy over here. No, TV is the best.
Does the market feel like it's moving in slow-mo to everybody else right now? It's like that non-farm was so much more exciting.
Well, even post non-farm, like the 8:30 to 9 was like a really fun time.
Yeah, well, it's set up with that nice little consolidation zone that I liked. So,
oh, here we go. MyFundedFutures randomly picked the winners. You guys are tagged at the top. Congratulations.
Someone, good stuff, guys. Someone in chat told me you're 5'5". I was 5'5". I think in 6th grade. Tallest kid in my class. I think it was 5th grade, actually.
You must drive the ball really far. I feel like.
Yeah.
we're talking about golf. I was like, wait a minute.
Because I'm thinking your height.
We're talking about cars.
Drive it really far.
That's just patty, though.
I hit the ball pretty far the last time I played, for sure. But I was a couple thousand feet above sea level too. I was out in Oregon. Well, let me check and see how much. Oregon above sea level. I hit one. I'm like the par 4 was 330, and I was like parallel to the green and like 20 yards out, 10 yards out, and it was uphill. So let me see how far above sea level I was. Oh wait, I was only 240 feet above sea level. Okay, well then never mind. I just got a hold of it then.
They're asking if we're in a trade, but specifically Terry. The guys know that Terry's going to be our DGen this morning.
Yes, happy to.
Yeah, there you go.
I did get tagged in on that short on the 5-minute orb, so we'll see what happens.
Right there.
Probably get smoked.
Oh man, you're in short.
Well, because of the 5-minute orb.
Yeah, I get it.
Miguel says full port Fridays type of day.
Yeah. NFP stands
Another
for
big
Nick
ballin'. There's golf courses all around where I live. I need to get Nick over here, and he can see how bad I am at golf. I hit the ball sometimes.
But don't you have some people who play golf in your family?
Yeah, well, I don't come from a golf family. That's the problem. But my daughter's gotten really into it. Yeah. She decided that she wants to make the golf team, and it's a really hard golf team to make. It's like the second hardest in the area. So she's got to get, they want her to do 9 holes in like 50 or less for the high school team.
Oh, wow.
So she's working on that.
And how many strokes or less?
9 holes in 50.
50 strokes.
50 strokes.
Oh, wow. Huh.
So it's a little competitive.
Yeah, that's pretty.
For high school, yeah.
Oh,
And apparently there's one that's harder. So imagine that.
Yeah. I would tell her to start from the green, like start close to the green, start close to the hole and work your way back is what I would recommend. That's where you're going to save
She's
the
working
most
on her
strokes.
short game right now because she's good at driving it, but
Yeah.
the short game needs to be brought up.
9 holes of 50. It's just part of it, man. 50 strokes. That's what it's called. AD. Just want to say I'm a golf pro. Where you a golf pro at, bro? That was something I almost wanted to do too. And then I was like, man, this just, I want a lot of cool stuff in life that costs a lot of money. It just doesn't work. That was another thing too. When I got fired from my job, like one thing I was noticing, the longer I got into it and like the more growing up, because I was only 21, 22 at the time, I was like, man, like the rent on or mortgage on the house going to be $1,500, $2K, right? Everything, like all in expenses are like $5,000-6,000 a month. After taxes, you're really bringing home like 15 to 14, right? You got 8K left over. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're saving $100,000 a year, which is, but that's if you do everything right and you don't have any like, something crazy that happens, which is fine, I guess. But
there's always something crazy that happens though, especially the more people you add to your family.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, man, I just don't think this is gonna work. So I had to.
Yeah, that's the same with me. I mean, I was doing the math, and I was like, so if I just work for other people for the rest of my life, this isn't going to work. That's really the way I was looking at it.
Yeah. And everyone in my family thought I was stupid. It was like, yeah, you could do this, and, you could make $180,000 a year, $200,000 a year.
I didn't even tell them.
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell them either, but they just had a feeling. I was like, so what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I just click buttons all day.
And now look, I bet a lot of your family members wish that they started when you did.
Yeah, it really hit them when I went out to I just got home from the last vacation when I was literally paying for all the meals, and like we went to one place and they're like, it was very expensive, and they were like, I could tell that the bill was coming. They were like getting, oh man, like, how much this gonna cost? And they weren't eating as much as they wanted to. And then I was like, hey guys, I got the bill. And then they started eating more. But you ain't doing that on, I feel like once you get $100,000 a year, like you can finally get double chicken on your Chipotle bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Buy the guac. Order the guac.
Right. Okay, let's see here.
That is one of the most fun things about making money, though, is like getting to treat the people that you want to treat and things like that.
Yeah. Add the guac.
I've got my mom's horse here and living the most posh life a horse has ever lived, just because my mom wants to have a horse and I don't want her to have it, off at some stable somewhere. And so it's nice that I can just say, hey, just bring her over.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing too is animals. Animals, like I spend $500 a month on dog food.
Whew. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
and like vet bills and.
Mm-hmm. I don't even want to know what I spend on food.
But yeah, vet bills can be expensive because I don't know. I just never really believed in insurance on dogs, but maybe I might have to invest in that.
I've never gotten it, but I tend to end up with a lot of free dogs. I had a free dog that blew out both of her back legs, the TPLO surgery. That's like $3K aside. So that's one of my free dogs. That's the way it works, right? One of these dogs that I got off of a ranch had never eaten dog food out of a dog food bowl before. That was crazy. I do have horses. That's why I get to have, not many people can just like have a stable in their yard. So
yeah,
that's one of the nice things. That was my goal. It's like I I wanted to have horses again, but I knew I couldn't have horses if we were living in the suburbs and I had to keep driving out with my schedule and kids and everything. And so my goal was to get a place where I could have horses at my house. And then, my mom has the same problem where she was driving out and spending, I don't know how much, like $1,000 a month boarding her horse and on all the feed and everything. And so it's like, yeah, she can just live here. She still spends way too much money on that horse. That horse has a fancy vet instead of the good old boy vet that I use. That's why she's a spoiled little posh horse.
Man,
I don't breed horses.
Jerome wants an elephant.
Go ahead.
Nick is a horse or hung like one. That's what the Discord says.
It
seems like I struck a thing here when Chipotle and chicken and guac. So what I do, I'm sure you guys have seen this TikTok. Y'all do the same. Is when you don't want the double, if you want the double chicken, you don't tell me you want double chicken, so they load it, and then they're like moving it down the line and be like, oh yeah, I'll take double chicken. And then that way they get it. Because if you get double chicken, like the first scoop isn't very good, but that second, oh Lord. But if you do it that way, I feel like you get more chicken. FYI. So yeah, Nick does everything. Yeah. Horses nasty Chipotle. Okay.
Someone did ask if my trade is a 1-to-1. Yes, it is. It's just eyeballed though. I just look at it and then I'm like, oh, visually it's about here. About to get, we'll see. Maybe we get stopped up 5 minutes or might not work this morning. I like Chipotle. I haven't had Chipotle in a while.
We don't even have one out here. I have to drive to go to one, so I don't.
That's usually how it works. You have to drive to go to one.
But I mean, like miles and miles.
Yeah, I have to drive miles and miles too.
Not worth it.
Nick. Oh, I'm not reading that comment.
Oh, now I want to see it.
I'm not.
Now we want to see it. No. Roman Art says, if your trade wins, I'll okay for guac. I love guac. I feel like either you love guac or you just don't care for it at all. And some people have that gene where if you eat cilantro, it tastes like soap. And oftentimes guac has the cilantro. So I get it.
How do we get on the Chipotle topic? How do we do that?
I don't know.
I just make my own guac. Then it's exactly how I like it.
Oh yeah, I was talking about if you make over $100,000 a year, you can finally get double chicken.
You can get the extra guac.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it was. That was the comment.
And
I agree,
right?
I mean, especially in this day and age. That's like $15.
When I was younger, I didn't have a designer purse or nice clothes or anything. I really did do the grind and everything until I was able to. I think when you push and try to, that aspirational buying kind of stuff, it really does set you back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the one
avocado
time
is stress balls.
The one time I had to buy a Louis Vuitton purse was right after I told my wife. Yeah, I had to. Yeah, pretty much. But it was $1,400, and I bet $100 on Tiger Woods to win the Masters in 2019. And I was like, hey, if I win this, I'll buy it. If he wins, I'll buy a Louis Vuitton purse. And he won. So I literally, it was I guess a free purse, but at the same time, I'm like, dang, I should just shut up. Good stuff, Ultron. Yeah, I started working in the fields at 8 years old, working hard. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, a big dump there.
Yeah, I was trying to see if anything interesting came out. I don't see anything interesting. I think it's just somebody taking some profits.
Marketing.
Price action has been really slow. That's why we're talking about cars and Chipotle and golf and everything.
Yeah.
Walk.
The lower high structure danger was there.
SMT at the top, SMT at the bottom. What's going on? Yeah, it's low probability conditions
That's
right
what we're
now.
talking about.
It's low probability conditions. I also think the fact that ES ran this high, this all-time high this morning, could mean, hey, objective hit, market could chop. Because we did also run this high from August 19th as well. So if
That's
we
what I
were,
was wondering too, a little bit.
I will say it's still pretty early in the session though. It's only 9:53. So maybe we make a gap here. I don't know if y'all see my screen. God, how did I forget my mouse, man? Oh, I had Chipotle on my mind. If we make a gap here on the hourly between these two candles and we move down and a strong move up, maybe you can get something in there. But as of right now, I don't really see much at all. It's kind of choppy. I don't think the data low should be a draw. I think I'm pretty bullish, man.
Yeah, we were looking at on NASDAQ that they both have that little wick, right? So we had the data candle, and then like 2 5-minute candles after that, we put in a low wick. I kind of like that one. Someone had brought that up. It's 792 on NASDAQ. And where is it on ES? 65.19. So it's right on that 20 area that I was looking at too. So that's kind of, that would be a decent drop yet, but that is an idea.
Right.
You have to confuse the chasers first. That's exactly it. That's what I feel a lot of the initial price in the morning morning session is. Really, it's just people getting their business done first thing in the morning. We've moved up. Let's take some profits, rebalance some things, maybe rotate into some Russell a little bit or whatever we want to do. And I think that's usually what we're actually seeing. But what it feels like is just getting chopped up.
NQ make about to make a unicorn to a downside. Yeah, I can't trust downside yet. I'm sorry. Like, you got to give me more than one 15-minute candle that's bearish. I'm sorry, especially when I see all this below me.
Yeah,
and plus all the time plays. Yeah, time plays a factor too,
3 days?
right? I want to see a gap. I want to see a gap at 10 o'clock. If we put in a gap at 10 o'clock, I don't really anticipate us going lower than that hourly gap, but we could. Fridays can be opposite moves back into the ranges, so it could happen.
Hugh Mayon, congratulations, passed an account and now you're funded.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, by the way, we're getting T trades on twice a month, by the way. So type W for T trades. He's gonna come on with us
for T trades.
Sweet.
www. Awesome. Yeah, what type T for T trades?
T.
I'm gonna tell him, hey, join my stream real quick. Join my chat stream on the TV. Did you make sure to paste the API key?
So far this trade I'm in is just chopping around. It keeps playing in the green and then it goes red, it goes green, it goes red. It's not doing much.
Yeah, not doing much here. No, Barbie usually doesn't fade me. Me and Barbie are usually on the same side of the market. To be fair.
Today we weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Was that yesterday we weren't?
No, yesterday yesterday we were on the same side.
There was one day this week we weren't.
Okay, well, if there was, then I ended up working out because Monday I didn't take any trades. Tuesday I took a trade. And then Thursday I took a trade, and Wednesday I was off. So either I made money or you lost. She's fed up with me. It's about to get 10 o'clock.
I think it might have been Monday. And no, I don't remember at this point. I just maybe it was like a minor comment too, but I remember thinking, oh, that's kind of bearish.
Oh, I do remember yesterday. I wanted lower prices first. Here, let me go back to that.
Yeah, and I was like, no, we're just going up.
Yeah, so like 9:30 and 9:55, we ran lower, which is why I want to see us take out this London low, which is what we got, and then from there I want to see higher, which is where I entered. I just feel like we would do for a pullback a little bit. That's all it was. Takes a lot for me to completely flip bearish in a bull market. Nick over here in sepia filter. No, I'm just in a hotel right now. About to go chill out.
He went back in time. He chose to be here while he's traveling because he's a baddie.
Company man.
Company man. I just gotta get my hat on.
Yeah.
Let's see here, 15 minutes. So hourly.
Static Attack called your glasses blue blockers.
The blue blockers, huh? The blue blockers. I like that.
That's an old commercial. The blue blockers.
How much you want to bet Static Attack is over the age of 45? Yeah, these are blue light. Yeah, I got the red ones. I got the red ones are at night, and these are in the daytime. They help with your circadian rhythm.
And like eye strain too, right?
Yeah,
I should really try that. Yeah, my eyes get
they're great because you don't notice how many times like you're just sitting there like this, looking at the charts, and that really doesn't help. So I like these a lot.
I saw somebody ask how long it takes to be profitable, and I think that's not really the question to ask. There's not like a time limit. It's like you spend 6 months in the market, you spend 5 years in the market, all of a sudden everything makes sense. You have to put your efforts in the right place. And that's why we focus so much on the psychology lessons and all of that kind of thing, because that's where it starts making a lot of difference. And because you can learn everything, you can learn what every single indicator does. You don't need all of that. So if you're spending all your time just learning all this technical stuff, but not learning how to manage trades, it's going to take you a lot longer. So it depends on when you have your light bulb moments and things. And there's not a clear-cut way to predict when that happens. We all have different effort and time and energy that we put into this. So
yeah. Before I bounce here, see you guys back here on Monday, but I'm going to be watching this 1 hour fair value gap right here. I want to see us move down into it and then move away. If we start selling off from here, I'm probably just not going to take a trade. I had a good setup yesterday, but I'd want to see us move down like we're doing right now and then move up on the 5-minute chart to these highs. If we just keep selling off towards this data low, it happens. But anyways, that's going to do it for me. I'll see you guys back here on Monday. I think
on Monday. Have a great weekend.
We got CPI next week. So that'll be fun. I'll see you.
More fun. Bye. Thanks for being here on your vacation, company man.
Yeah.
Let's go. Maybe we hit TP and get another W for us.
Let's go. We're getting close, huh?
Yeah, getting real close. It just flirted with it.
I just noticed the MES orb is doing pretty well.
Woo!
Or it's already booked. The NASDAQ one is good as low. But that's all right. That's how it works, right? That's why I like doing both, because it seems like it's like Murphy's Law. The one you enter is the one that disappoints, right? So. Did we get it?
We got it.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I was waiting. I was looking at something else. W's for Terry, y'all.
Thanks, guys. W. We're winning this morning.
Your
Ash
chart
is
is
in
too
the
tiny
house.
for me.
Oh, I know. This chart is too small.
Well, it's my preview window.
Oh. Good morning, Ash. So there is a poll, all-time highs today. 70% voted yes, 30% voted no. 493 people voted. Very interesting. So now NQ is flirting with the VWAP. And you're in the 15-minute orb on the short side, Barbie?
No, it's out.
It's out.
Oh, I guess so the NASDAQ one didn't hit. Like, there's something wrong with my bot. I'm trying to test something. Like, sometimes it's hard to show stuff while I'm testing, like on the stream. It's just not really, it's not stream worthy sometimes. But that's what I'm just telling y'all, that the ES one has paid and the NASDAQ one is supposed to be entered.
Ooh, Nick says football is back. I got a mean parlay cooking. I'm not familiar. I've heard the term parlay, but
Oh, it's a sports bet. You gotta have all your bets win at once. It's a multi-leg game bet. I was about to say, well, you're into sports betting? But then you're like, no, I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means. Anyone winning today in chat? Let's celebrate.
Market's in slow-mo. The shorts worked, though. If anybody got in short, I'm trying to see. Basically, after the first 15-minute run, if you'd gotten short.
Yeah. Oh, hugs to you, Lucas.
There you go. Pass an eval. Let's go. Well, I'm cheering for the good news.
Oh, L. Lawit 23. Congratulations. Oh, another one passed. Another community member, Mike Arrows. Congratulations. Passed a 50K core account. Let's go. I still get excited when I pass accounts. It's like just such a good feeling. Oh, hugs to anyone that lost their accounts today. That doesn't feel good. Pejay needs 1K to pass an eval. You can do it. Slow and steady. No rush. Oh my gosh, I've lost an account before where I was like $100 away from passing. I've actually lost an account too that I actually passed and then I accidentally traded it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I told my stream about one of those too. It was over 53, it was passed, and then I forgot to switch accounts.
Dang it. Dang it.
And of course, Murphy's Law. We were just talking about that.
Market is wanting to fill that gap. So far.
A lot of times when I have my accounts done, whether it's getting to pass or getting to that profit goal, I'm on NinjaTrader, so I have all my different connections listed. I disconnect from that connection, that prop firm or that account.
That is such a great idea. I think that alone makes me want to switch over to the NinjaTrader platform. So I trade on
the ones that are left at the end of the day should just be my paper accounts. Like if I've done everything, if I've had a perfect day, which is not every day, but if I've had a perfect day, I'll be logged out of everything at the end of the day.
That feels rewarding too.
Somebody was asking what I'm looking for. I'm honestly looking for enjoying the weekend after a winning week. I actually had not a lot of losing trades this week, and so I want to ride high into that instead of coming up with some losing trades. I did trade the non-farm release pre-market, so I got in on the kind of consolidation move that happened after that first pump, and so that worked out really well. And I like to, if I've had a trade, I mean, it only takes one good trade a day. So if I've had one good trade a day, I don't need to keep messing with things. That's when we get into a lot of crazy danger.
Mm-hmm. That's when I get into the fight. Let me just keep fighting the market. Yeah. It just doesn't feel good.
I don't like to fight.
Mm-mm. We're lovers, not fighters. Except for my degen tilt days.
Yeah, I think someone was asking for an account update, but you've been doing good this week on your mission, right? Of keeping everything moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I had a hiccup.
Yeah. Okay, so what was the hiccup? Did you? Is this what you journal? Because that should be that should be what you journal.
Oh my gosh, exactly. I'm glad you brought that up. I actually haven't been journaling the last few days.
You got to
So-
catch up on. You don't even if you don't want to share it with the class.
Yeah.
Whatever just came to your mind for that. Yeah, that's your homework.
I've got homework to do, guys. Because that week I was journaling every day. Remember, I'm like, okay, I'm going to journal. That's my goal this week, is to journal every day. It turned out to be a good week for the most part. Less hiccups. So I think this is key. Yeah, I've got homework. Do you guys journal? Chat, do you journal?
And like I was saying earlier, I just got distracted because people were calling me. But like I was saying earlier, even if you've slacked, Terry has admitted to slacking on her journal this week. You can always go in and look at the statistics. It's kind of journaling for you, and you can use that as, if you don't have anything specific that you want to evaluate, you can go in there and say, hey, I noticed this. Maybe I need to look at the fact that I don't trade very well the first 15 minutes of the open, or I don't trade well pre-market, or I don't trade well lunchtime, but I do trade well 30 minutes after the open. So that's where I'm going to focus my efforts. That's where you start coming up with those light bulb moments. Because we all get lazy sometimes. I know.
Yeah.
But I actually haven't spent that much time in the stats. I don't know why. I guess I was just lazy. But I was going through that the other day and I was like, wow, this is actually really detailed.
Oh, like the dashboard, you mean? Like the dashboard of the stats? Oh,
I had
love
like scrolled down and taken a look at everything before.
Yeah. It's so cool. The MyFundedFutures dashboard, guys, it's like the best. There's so much information in there for us.
Yes, he probably figured out when his death zone is. And you may not even know either, because when you're in the heat of the moment, you're not taking note of all these little things, but the dashboard will have it for you. And if you log your trades, you can copy off the dashboard after you're done, after your trading session, and make sure you log all those things. But that's honestly part of what kept me from taking excess trades. Is this worth logging later? Do I want to explain this to myself later?
I think that is my next step, Barbie, is to log each individual trade, because I started journaling just like my emotions and kind of how the day went, what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what it's about for me. It's not the emotions. It's not journaling for my boyfriend broke up with me. Blah, blah, blah. It's the technical stuff. In this case, the technical stuff I think really helps with the journal. You can still put the emotion, like I felt stressed, and then you'll be like, oh, that's probably because I was in 5 minis and I'm not ready to have 5 minis in with that drawdown or whatever it is.
Yeah, and
Dear diary, NQ cheated on me. That's a good one.
I literally was starting it out by saying, "Dear diary." It is the trading those individual trades will definitely help me not take so many trades, because I take so many trades that I forget, right? I'm like, I don't know. I don't
Turn your
remember.
commission tally on somewhere too. Go look at your commissions every day. Be like, I spent $200 in commissions. What?
Yeah, I did see
check
that.
up on yourself like that. I've done that before too, even on options. I went back and looked at the end of the day that I had spent hundreds of dollars in commissions and like, oh, that has to change. That's not going to work.
Because like you can you can make profits, but if the commissions are so high, it can end up making you like net negative.
Well, you want to get more efficient in your trading. You're always trying to level up. So, I mean, every single trader you watch it doesn't have to be me, like whatever trader you watch that you think is a baddie, you've got to know that they're still developing things too, and they're still optimizing and perfecting things and learning things. If you've got a trader that's really successful, it's because they have that drive to keep learning and keep evaluating and all that.
Ooh, MyFundedFutures says, chat, y'all are awesome. Can we get to 50K? We only need 600 more.
Call your grandmas, get them on board.
Grandmas and grandpas. Market is making a little nice rainbow here for us.
Nice little rainbow.
A little rainbow. Keith is calling his granny right now. Thank you, Keith. Oh, it is trading below the this open of this 5-minute candle, and this is a news candle. So it's checking lower prices, and it is attracting sellers.
Yeah, I'm watching the VIX too. The VIX has been kind of hot for the last 30 minutes. So that lines up with exactly what we're looking at right here. I told the Discord to watch the VIX. The VIX is really good on days when we have data like this to help you kind of figure out where we're extended. And we were extended. We hit exactly 3 ATR twice today on the hourly.
Oh, wow.
And that low was a 3 ATR move too. So the market's been just completely bouncing around inside normal ranges.
Ooh, these are big candles.
We like big
Still.
candles. Candle size matters.
We like big candles and cannot lie.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a major deal.
Donald, I want you to look at the screen instead.
50 free resets. Use code almost the fill in the blank 50. Friday! Let us know if you got one.
We wop. That's what she said.
Ooh, Hakeem got it.
Hakeem got it. Yeah, we called that one the same time.
Luck got it.
Luck. That's a cool way of spelling luck. Party, you'll get it next time. That was good practice.
Yeah. Jowd got it. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Stay tuned, guys, if you didn't get one, because there will be more opportunities throughout the day. You never know when MyFundedFutures will just surprise us with presents. Oh, someone asked, how do you use ATR, Barbie?
I watched on the Keltner channels. I've shown y'all this on. I don't mess with it so much on the lower time frame. I know some people do, but I like to keep my charts really clean. So this is the daily. This is where I started using the Keltners, and I have the midline off because I prefer using a 21 EMA. But all this is a 2 ATR Keltner channel and a 3 ATR Keltner channel, and it depends on which market. Like you'll have to adjust the ATR a little bit. I find that 2 and 3 works really well for the S&P 500 products. So that includes SPY too. So if I go to SPY, it'll be a little bit different, but it's still staying within those same areas. And then if I go to something like the Qs, it usually works well too. So I found that this works really well in the indexes, but it can, some of the stocks, you'll have to have it a little bit tighter, or something that moves some of the small caps and things, they'll go a little bit wider. But I'm basically this is for context. So I'm always looking for context. Is it really likely that we can keep pushing higher, or are we actually at extremes? This shows me oversold better, like the ATRs. Oh, we're not on my screen. That's okay. But having the ATRs on there shows me oversold better than RSI and anything else for me.
Like a possible mean reversion play?
I think you like the mean reversion plays.
I
I like the
do,
bounces.
yeah.
So I'll let it come all the way down and then I'll bounce back out of it. I've
Mm.
just noticed that you do mean reversions a lot. But
Mhm.
I would rather wait for the reversion and then take the bounce.
Yeah.
I mean, both trades are valid ideas. I'm not saying you have a bad idea or anything. It's just
Mhm.
I've noticed personality-wise, we tend to gravitate towards different strategies like that.
Mhm. It's almost like what you're more comfortable with, maybe? I don't know. I like the bounce plays with like like if it's a trend day, trying to catch like the bounce. It seems like the
There's
smarter
strong
play.
support. If we're
Yeah.
at strong support and we're at hourly and or daily ATRs,
Mhm.
I don't need a recheck. I'll get in.
Fan says, looks like it might not go to all-time highs today.
Well, we made new all-time highs. Point that out.
Ooh, we are trading below the data candle now.
Indeed. And someone's
Maybe,
asking if I'm looking for bounces and stuff right now. So, like I had said earlier, I'm done. I'm done for the day.
yeah.
I had a really nice pre-market session, and it's Friday, so I'm gonna. I very very rarely trade on a Friday afternoon. If I do, it's usually with my old trading buddies that haven't been around for a while or something like that, because it's just a better time for me to go start the weekend earlier. It's a time I can usually have to myself for a little bit, which I don't get a lot of. And refreshing your mind for something that's really mentally intensive like this is so important. Ooh, Quran, so close. Be sure to just stick with the plan.
Mm,
Every single time I've had that curse of that final little push you need in the evals.
mm-hmm.
Every time I've tried to be like, oh, it's just a quick little $100, I can get that. That's when I screwed myself up. So keep trading the plan. Oh, Nicholas, are we going to all-time low?
Real, Wrap Real Me is going to full port the buys. Good luck.
Yeah, they want all-time low. We are at 6,500, right? Yeah, we're at 6,500 on the ES. So this is a key level. We'll see if they can hold this. But I'm watching the VIX. It's still kind of hot. I would show y'all, but I don't think we're getting switched around anymore.
Hmm. Pi says, don't watch the P&L when you're in a trade. Target your levels. That's smart.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point. I think it's harder when you're in an eval to do that because I need $800 more or whatever. So you want to set your TP at $800, but only if it's inside of your target, you know. Yeah, Oscarito, that's it. I'm gonna go hang out in my smart car, cruise to town.
in your Mini Cooper?
Smart cars are smaller than Mini Coopers.
Yeah, they are.
I drove a Mini Cooper at a racetrack, not on the road. But
We love you, MyFundedFutures. Thank you. Yeah, we have the best team and the best community. Thank you, you guys, for being a part of it.
so Deba Deep, you just wait for that email. You don't care until the email comes. I mean, you should be paying attention and kind of know where your accounts need to be and things, but that's if I have, well, I mean, I'll look at it because I have accounts that if I'm going for $1,500 a day in general, like that's my cap, my profit cap on the accounts that I'm going for. I'm not going to like actually cap that like I would an eval too. So that's part of the way I look at it. Like that's where I would start trailing in things. But when you're trading an eval, you do have to pay attention a little bit. You don't need to exceed. And a lot of times it is safer to just go ahead and get that book. So it is a little bit complicated. But the point is when you're trading if you're trading currency or profit, it's not based on the charts. It's completely arbitrary. The market doesn't give a crap about your account. So that's the point is to trade what the chart shows you and not what the P&L shows you.
Mm-hmm.
It is good to pay attention and know what your accounts are doing though.
Yeah.
The VIX is still hot here, by the way. This is what I'm looking at. Like, this is why there's no long for me down here. As long as VIX is coming up this hot, this is what I was trying to show you earlier. As long as VIX is this hot, there's no bounce for me. So I'm not looking to bounce lows. I'm not looking to bounce any of that as long as this is going on. This is exactly what I told the Discord this morning too, is that VIX is going to be my confirmation for any trade today. It's been correlated extremely well, and it correlated extremely well with the data. So the VIX, and you don't have to follow the same exact ticker. There's a few different tickers. I know that Rocket Scooter Matt uses a different one, but the same idea. If this is hot, the market's not going to bounce.
This is gold, guys. This is like what Barbie just shared with us is like a piece of gold to help us trade better.
This is the setup that I was trying to show with the Keltner bands earlier. I realized I was talking, but the chart didn't get changed. But so Terry likes a mean reversion trade, which would be when we start heading down, you're targeting the midpoint, which I don't use a true midpoint. I use the 21 EMA. But for me, I like waiting for the bounce spot. So I bought more SPY over here. I try to wait until we're hitting that 2 ATR Keltner, and that's where I buy things for swing calls. And this is the play that I like better than the mean reversion. But I'm not saying that the mean reversion is a bad play or an inferior play or anything. This is just the one my brain likes. And we have different aptitudes, so different brains will like different things. This is the setup my brain likes. Terry likes this one, and that's all good. Just have a plan is the point.
Yeah. And it seems to me, through my experience of degenning and full porting, that the risk management piece is key. Like if that's off, it doesn't matter what strategy you're trading. And, it's like, that part is so important.
They're asking what time frame I watch on the VIX. I don't think that matters a ton. You just kind of line up with what you're looking at. This one's a 15-minute. My intraday charts are generally a 5-minute or a 15-minute. But I want to make sure that it lines up with what I'm thinking. I'm pretty good at looking at this and saying, okay, well, I've got 3 5-minute candles inside of that, and I can imagine that pretty well. That's not something I could do naturally a few years ago. So I would have been more strict about making sure that this is on a 5-minute. So I can really compare it to my other chart. I do have this above where I may not be seeing this whole thing, but just the VIX on one of my other screens. And so the general idea, though, is just to watch the trend. Like I can clearly see that we're in a trend, whether I'm on the 5-minute or a 15. This trend is just super clear. And I mean, it works every day. I mean, trend, okay. This is yesterday when we chopped, no trend. Until the end when we got that little pump. So we don't always have such a great correlation. So when we do, like right now, I'm going to take advantage of it. Oh, those are Keltner channels, Tony. So I learned from somebody who likes Keltner channels, and then I took a class from somebody who uses Bollinger Bands, and both strategies were really similar and worked really well, and it was just a personal preference. But the reason I started looking at them is, if you've heard the TTM squeeze, it's based on Keltner channels and Bollinger Bands. And that's what kind of got me interested in those in the first place. But when I just literally putting them on my chart and looking at them, the Keltners just visually made more sense to me personally. But some people do like the Bollingers. So don't discount them. Definitely worth checking out. One of our traders has a really cool strategy. He hasn't been in the group lately, but for Power Hour, we've got that end of day algo murder candle, whatever you want to call it, at 350. And he's got a strategy where he uses the Bollinger Bands to trade that. But the idea is you're looking at where the extremes of where the market will naturally go are. And you can use that for confluence. Like I'm not going to use that all by itself, but I can pair that with support and resistance levels, what the VIX is doing, what the other indexes are doing. And then the market's not, it makes a lot more sense. It's not like, oh, why did the market do that? It's like, well, the market bounced there because that was a really natural bounce spot. Using gold. Do you know what the problem with gold is? So gold this morning pumped with the data too. So gold can be a little bit tricky like that. So non-farm payroll candle on ES is here and on gold is here. So that was good news for gold too. So sometimes the gold one's a little bit more complicated, which is why I prefer the VIX. Gold's not making this big run down now. Maybe it's finally getting back into sync.
Yeah, Joseph says, got to start watching the VIX more.
I use it. Rocket Scooter uses it. It's not a bad little tool.
Denny, did you get any of the short?
Yeah, I was about to say, who's in this short? Because we will celebrate for you.
Yeah.
Walter, this day isn't what you expected. That happens a lot. That's why I try to not have expectations. And instead I have like some hypothesis or some theories about what could happen in spots where that changes. Because we don't know. We're not moving the market. Retail's not moving the market. We don't really know what's going to happen. We don't know where profit taking is going to happen and all that sort of thing. We can have ideas, but we can have it. We can use educated, market theory and things to figure out where these key spots are so that we can watch those key spots to figure out what the market is trying to do without knowing what it's going to do or what it's likely to do. We never know. That's always a question I get too. Is like, well, I tried this trade and it didn't work. So what went wrong? And sometimes it's, well, the trade has a failure rate. It has a success rate and it has a failure rate.
Denny says, oh no, LOL, I like trading longs more and I already passed my pro. Yay! Congrats, and took a loss on SimFunded, so I'm done for today. First bad day in about 2 months. Sweet. That sounds like good trading to me.
Denny's been killing it.
Yeah, amazing. And Magnus. Oh my gosh, we have so many good traders. It's amazing.
It is. It's everybody stays in their own lane, doesn't worry so much about what everybody else is doing, and that makes it a lot easier.
Barbie, what are you going to do today as we head out for the weekend? Any fun plans?
Yeah, I've got actually a lot going on, but it's probably not that interesting. But I do have I have a meeting to get to, and then I'm going to an auction. But mostly, I just like to relax. To me, it's not. I mean, I'm busy during the week, so I'm not trying to be busy on the weekends. The whole point in having acres of land where nobody can see you is to just enjoy life.
Oh, it sounds so relaxing. Chat, this has been a wonderful week, and we will be back on Monday. Have a great weekend. Thanks, guys. Ash is on next. Please welcome Ash.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or good day, depending on where you're from. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Happy Friday. You all have made it to the end of the week. Let's throw a couple W's in chat for Barbie and Terry. Amazing job once again. Hopefully they have a nice weekend. Greatly appreciate your time. Just going to take some time to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into some of the information here. So let me get chat up, and then we will get rolling. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Christian. Good morning, Weapon. Good morning, Green. Ethan, what's up? Joseph, what's up? Jenny, how are you doing today? Bilo, good morning. Coop, what's up? AD, good morning. Karen, good morning. Party, good morning. HMH, how are you doing today? Raphael Trades, good morning. New PFP there, Raphael, I see that. Very nice. MM, good morning. Keith, good morning. Magnus, what's up? Ezra, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week's going well. Lee, good morning. Flint, good morning. Nicholas, good morning. Kay, good morning. ICT, good morning. J Booze, good morning. BB, good morning. June, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I don't know how to read your name, but I see that you already understand that. So good morning to you as well. Full Port Nico, good morning. Anonymous trader, past 50K core count. W's in chat for Anonymous. Very good job. M Trades, good morning. Haynes, good morning. AD is living in the future. I see it's good evening over there. If you're living in the future, just let us know where NQ is going next. Do us all the favor. Jowd, good morning. Peep6, good morning. Cash, good morning. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Let's see how everybody is ending the week. Throw a 1 in chat if you're finishing the week red. Throw a 2 in chat if you're finishing the week green. And throw a 3 in chat if you did not trade this week. 1 is red, 2 is green, 3 is no color. Okay, let's see. Up $450 on the funded. Let's go. Looks pretty 50-50 though. Some red, some green. I took 4 trades, all wins. Huge. That is huge. Okay, looks pretty 50-50 so far. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. So, just to double check, the individuals that are saying 3, make sure you're adhering to the inactivity rule. Okay? Please be aware of that. For the individuals that are finishing green on the week, I only have one question for you. If you're currently green and you've made a profit this week, are you willing to hand back that profit right now? Are you willing to take another trade and give back the hard-earned work that you've completed this week? Yes or no? Are you going to continue to keep risking? Or are you going to choose to go into the weekend happy and green? A lot of times, losses, you can avoid them simply just by making a good risk management decision. Right? Like, seriously, like, how annoyed would you be if you were, plus $500 on the week, whatever the number is, plus 1,000. It really doesn't matter what the number is. And then today, right, you came into the market super bullish because, everybody thinks we're going back to all-time highs here on NQ, and then this thing just keeps going lower. But you keep smashing the long button because you just have some kind of hope that this thing is going to go to all-time highs. That sounds like it would ruin your entire weekend, is where I'm going with that. Ruin all the hard work that you've just completed this week, and now you go into the weekend pissed off? Annoyed? Right? Like, why would you want to be annoyed when you're hanging out with your friends or your family? You get what I'm saying? So, there has been, and there always will be, another opportunity. Okay? Just be patient and wait. But let's take a look. We'll start to go over some information here. Let's hop out on the daily chart. And what a phenomenal job. Who remembers that bias that we had this week? Who remembers the bullish bias because price tapped into a bullish FEG, and when it did, it created bullish SMT. I'm going to continue to keep providing this logic day in and day out. If you just go through all of my live streams since I've been here in the community, and you just take a look at how we're developing a bias, and then after we develop the logic, take a look at the results to that logic, you'll be able to see some of the probabilities that I'm seeing. There's really nothing confusing to it. Okay. For anybody that's new here, I'll just write it out real quick. That way everybody can understand. Developing a bias. There's very few things that I do. I get on the daily chart. That's where I look for the bias. When I'm on the daily chart, I'm looking at where is price currently located. Okay. When I'm looking at where price is currently located, I'm looking at swing highs and bearish FEGs. That would give me a bearish bias. Or swing lows and bullish FEGs. That would give me a bullish bias. There's really nothing complicated here. Very simple. Right? I'm not comparing the daily time frame to the weekly time frame. I'm not comparing a bias to market structure. I'm not comparing my bias to anybody else's. All I'm doing is going to the daily chart, looking at where price is currently located. Depending on where price is currently located, that's what helps me determine a bias. So, what a beautiful bias we had this week. We were looking for new all-time highs. We were looking for new all-time highs because price was currently located at a bullish FEG. And that's all it is. If price is located at a bullish FEG, then I would aim at a swing high. Okay? Vice versa. If price is located below a swing low or above a swing high, then I would aim for an FEG. Price is only ever doing two things. It's either rebalancing an imbalance, right? So this is what rebalancing an imbalance is right here. An imbalance is an FEG. Rebalancing it is price coming back to fill that FEG. So that is one thing that price does. Or it's running to an area of liquidity. In my opinion, liquidity is swing highs and swing lows. So it's either rebalancing an imbalance or it's moving to a swing high or swing low. Okay. Now, if you want to dig a little deeper into that conversation, we can. Okay. If there's two ways of going about this. Okay. You're the type of individual that needs confirmation before acting upon certain information, right? That's the one situation. Or there's the second situation of the individual can quickly analyze information and quickly execute that information. You need to figure out which type of individual you are. Okay? Know thyself. Know what works best for yourself. Right? Look inward for that answer because you are the one pressing the buttons for yourself. Where I'm going with this statement is if you're the type of individual that needs confirmations before executing an idea, look at candle closures. Okay? So what I mean by this is, let's go ahead and back this up a little bit. What I mean by this is this right here, right? So if you're analyzing an FEG and you're not sure if that FEG is going to provide support or not, wait for the candle closure. Look how nicely this candle closes, right? It leaves a huge wick. It is clearly getting supported by this area, right? This is the type of individual that would wait for a candle closure. That candle closure would act as the confirmation, right? So after this candle closes, then being bullish to this high here would make sense. That's the first type of confirmation, waiting for a candle closure. Or you could be the type of individual that could instantly act upon an idea. That idea is being your bias. So I'm specifically saying that because of what's happening right now, right? So are you the type of individual that can instantly act upon an idea? If you are, seeing that price just swept a swing high, that's a location to be bearish. But you would need to be the type of individual that doesn't need confirmation to act upon that because this candle is currently being created, right? But if you are that type of individual, look at the opportunity that presents itself here, right? Get a beautiful change in the state of delivery right in here after taking out new all-time highs, and this thing falls off a cliff. Right? So, right, you execute during the opening times, seeing that price creates a bearish entry function at a swing high on the daily chart. Those are two forms of logic that could easily get you into this position. Obtain the change in state of delivery. Once you get it, take the short. This thing just won't stop. I mean, this thing is just dumping. The key to the conversation here is, are you capable of acting upon an idea with or without a confirmation? Right? Because the candle's still being created on the daily chart. So if you're bearish above swing highs, which you should be, there's no confirmation there yet, but being bearish makes sense. Okay? Just look inward for that question. Collect the data, see what the data says to understand how you best operate. But big SMT here, right? So NQ did not run above all-time highs. ES did run above all-time highs. Okay? So definitely be conscious of the SMT. The SMT occurred at all-time highs. So it makes sense for them to dump it there. Just a quick little lesson on the way that I create a bias for anybody that hasn't been working with me or is just joining the community now. It's very simple. There is simplicity. There is clarity in simplicity. The simpler you make things, the easier it is going to be to understand it. Okay? So just wanted to do a quick bias conversation with you all. Do you have any questions about that? Do you have any questions about that information before I move on to the next conversation? Throw in chat if you have any questions about any part of that conversation, any part of creating a bias, any part of any of that information I just analyzed. Do you think the news was a matter today? Oh, absolutely. Non-farm payroll is our second highest volatility driver, right? CPI normally provides the most amount of volatility. And then NFP is the second most amount of volatility. So yes, NFP clearly plays a role in today's action. Yes, it does. Hence why we went up. Right? Where's the daily open here? This is a crazy move. I mean, talk about volatility. Let's take a look. Where's the daily open? It's in here. All right, daily open. Talk about making an impact. Daily open goes plus 200 points. And then after going plus 200 points, it then dumps 300 points. So, yeah, talk about volatility. You get 200 points in one direction and then 300 points in another direction. Definitely plays a role. That's the volatility that I'm referring to here. What about holding trades longer? Have you accepted the risk before the risk has been taken? Here's a question for you, chat. I have a very important question for you. And this is gonna show a lot about chat here. Very important question. I'm gonna write it out too, because we're gonna talk about it. Which is more important? One, managing risk, or I don't know why I said managing first. Risk management, or two, managing profits. I don't know why there's question marks behind those. So which is more important? Managing risk or managing profits? Throw a 1 in chat if you think the answer is risk management. Throw a 2 in chat if you think managing profits. This is the exact answer that I thought. And I'm not purposely playing devil's advocate, but I think all of you are wrong. Risk management will get you to break even. Managing profits will increase your account balance. There's a difference here. There's a difference here. You being capable of implementing a 1 to 2 risk to reward, that's great. That'll allow you to make progress. That'll probably keep you around break even. You managing profits. So here's what I'm trying to tell you is what's going to make more progress in your account? What's going to make more progress in your account? You doing a $500 of risk for $1,000 of reward, or when you're doing $500 of risk, you allow the reward to have no cap. Think about it. Think about it. When you're managing your profits, if you allow your profits to go past $1,000 and you end up making $5,000, do you think you're going to make more progress in your account or dealing with risk management? Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say here is, are you capable of allowing your winners to win? Are you capable of allowing your winners to be larger than your losers? when you're winning, do you feel fearful, or are you in a position of power? Think about it. When you're in a nicely profitable position, do you feel fearful, or do you feel like you're in a position of power? I don't think you guys understand what I'm saying here. Your winners being larger than your losers is what actually makes the progress in the account. So put it this way. Let's do an example here. We take 4 trades. Okay. Here's scenario 1. Let's write it out. Scenario 1, which is risk management. Since we're doing risk management, we do 1 to 2 risk to reward. We take 4 trades. During those trades, we're risking $500 for $1,000. Now, let's use a realistic win rate, right? You're not going to have a 90% win rate, okay? You're going to have maybe a 50% win rate. Okay, so 4 trades, 50% win rate, 1 to 2 risk to reward. That means that your losers will equate to minus $1,000 in losses. Your winners will equate to plus $2,000 in wins. So your overall is going to be plus $1,000. This is scenario 1. You'll end up being plus $1,000. This is risk management. 1 to 2 risk to reward, 50% win rate, 4 trades, 2 of them are wins, 2 of them are losses, right? So you make about $1,000 there. Okay. Let's do scenario number 2. Scenario number 2 is managing profits. So this is where you have an uncapped potential, right? You allow your winners to win. So it could be 1 to 2, it could be 1 to 5, it could be 1 to 10. Because you're managing your profits, you're allowing your winners to win. You don't know where it's going to go. You're going to allow it to win. When you have a winner, you let it win, right? So your upside is uncapped. It's still a 50% win rate, right? We'll still take 4 trades, and we'll keep the same risk, right? So $500 of risk. Your losers are still going to be minus $1,000. But now your winners have potential of being plus $5,000, plus $10,000, plus $15,000. There is no cap to the upside. Do you see what I'm saying here? So the outcome is going to be much better. So let's say we allowed our winner to win. So instead of only doing 1 to 2 risk to reward, during one of those trades, you go in and you take a 1 to 4, 1 to 5, a 1 to 6. You're allowing your winner to win. This is going to give you a better outcome. Do you see what I'm saying here now? You see what I'm saying here? Having an uncapped, this is the important part right here. Having an uncapped potential is what matters. Now, don't mix my words here. Risk management is going to be the key that allows you to even get to this point. But then once you accept the risk, that's where the conversation started, was accepting the risk. Because when you can accept the risk, right, when you no longer when you no longer feel fearful, when you no longer have any greed. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? Because when you allow yourself to take the risk because you've fully accepted it. You allow yourself to take the risk. Then we can focus on managing the profits. And this is where we let our winners win. I hope you guys see what I'm saying here, because right now, like, how do we do this on the chart? Right? How do we do this on the chart? When your position gets to plus 2R, why don't you raise your stop loss to plus 2R? Then let the thing do whatever it wants to do, right? So that way, no matter what you're managing your risk, no matter what you get 1 to 2R, right? No matter what you're managing your risk, but then you uncap your top side. Allow it to keep running, right? So here's some differences here. This is what I'm trying to say to you guys. Instead of raising your stop loss to break even, where you ruin your risk management because your winners become just barely above break even, why don't we move our stop losses to the normal location, right? Leave it where it's supposed to be for the entire time until you get to plus 2R. Then when you get to plus 2R, then put your stop loss in at plus 2R, right? So therefore, no matter what, you're managing your risk, but then you also uncap your upside. Then you'll be allowed to have the larger winners. See what I'm saying here? The entire purpose to the conversation is to allow your winners to win. If you can't even hold on to a position because you're so fearful to be in a position, then you're not even managing your risk. You're executing your emotions. So instead of executing your emotions, let's just think in terms of numbers, right? Leave your emotions, leave your feelings for your friends and your family. Leave that somewhere else. When you come in here, put the numbers in your favor. Execute your risk management. And when you have the opportunity to uncap your top side, do so. This is where you're going to make progress right here. That's where you're going to make progress. You need to find the way to hold your winners longer. All right, so another good conversation about risk management. That one I didn't have planned. That one was from one of your questions. I believe that was Raphael. So, Raphael, thank you for asking. It was a very good question. I'll hop back over to chat now. And if you have any questions, any information, let's go over it. Oh, I meant to refresh chat, not the chart. Let's take a look. Do me a favor. If you're finding any value from any of the hosts, any of the giveaways, any part of the community, sub to the channel, turn notifications on, like the video. We're going to keep working and learning every single week. Hopping back over to chat. If you have any questions about trading, about mental and emotional intelligence, about today's action, feel free to throw it in chat. Working on holding and not moving my stop loss to break even. So let me ask you, let's have a quick conversation. Let's have a quick conversation. What is the thing that is making you move your stop? Is it a feeling? Is it a different person, right? Are you in a Discord where other people are providing their opinions and it makes you change your mind, right? Is it a different person that's making you feel some sort of way? Is it your own emotions and your own thoughts? What is it? Here's another one. Is it you're too large of size, right? So you go in with like 5 minis and you see that number fluctuating very quickly. So then you go in and like change your decisions during the time up. What is it? Okay, I move my stop up only when I'm plus $500. But where do you move it to? Are you moving it to break even? Because it's going to make a huge difference. Because if you're plus $500 and then you move it to break even, how many times do you get taken out at break even? Is it likely that every time you move your stop to break even, it then comes back and takes you out of break even? Yes or no? Quite often, right? It is quite often. Price fluctuates. Price doesn't move in one line, right? It's not going to just go straight up, right? When you long, it's not just going to go 100 points higher, right? It's going to go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, left, right, backwards. It's going to fluctuate, right? So if you know it's going to fluctuate, then maybe you shouldn't move your stop loss to break even, because it's going to come back to break even at some point in time, and then it's going to move in your direction. Right? So the only way break even is going to work for you is if you have a very high win rate, right? Like you need to have like a 90, 80% win rate, which majority of people don't have. No, having a 90% win rate in this business is extremely hard. It's unrealistic. That's the only time that moving to break even is going to save you. So now here's the next question. Has this idea gotten you the results that you're looking for? Every time you move your stop loss to break even, are you getting those payouts? Is it making progress in your account? Is it getting you those results you're looking for? Yes or no? So yes and no, right? So, but I'm inconsistent now, right? So if you're not obtaining the results you're looking for, then you need to make a tweak in your system, right? Whether it's the stop loss conversation that we're having, or whether it's the amount of trades that you're taking. Is it your mental and emotional intelligence? Right? Because it also sounds like it's a bit of fear here, right? It sounds like once you get to $500, you don't want to give it back, right? How about this? Let's make this little tweak right now, Raphael. How about this? Instead of moving your stop loss to break even when you're at plus $500, why don't you just close the position and take your profit? Why don't you just take plus $500? Greed? Well, then you need to put more time in. You need to feel these feelings more often. Okay? Because this is the natural progression of a trader. Okay? Everybody goes through this. So just make sure you understand that this is not just you. This is everyone. So anybody that, provides any kind of misinformation online, I'll be the first one to tell you, everybody goes through these peaks and valleys. That's what day trading is. So if they tell you that there's some kind of holy grail, I'm here to tell you they're not. Right? This is the normal progression of a trader. Everybody experiences these things. But the one thing is that you have to understand the randomness of this market. Okay? Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. So the only thing that you can control is the decisions you make. And currently, the decisions you're making aren't resulting in the things that you want to see. So it sounds like we need to tweak those decisions. All right, so how about this, right? How about this? Instead of moving your stop loss to break even, Let's move it to plus $500, right? It seems like that $500 number is like it means something to you. It has some kind of emotional attachment to it or something. But if that's the case, right, the positions that truly want to run will run, right? Look at this thing. When this thing went plus $500, it just kept going. So when it went plus $500, if you then moved your stop to plus $500, then you still achieve the objective of making $500 and you still allow the greediness, right? It sounds like you just want to hold on to positions longer. So why don't we complete both objectives? Get that $500 and then try to hold it for longer. So put it to plus $500. If it runs from there, great. If it instantly takes you out, that's fine. Then you at least completed your objective. Okay? So very good conversation. Thank you for sharing with us. And I really appreciate you being so open and transparent. I know it's not an easy conversation, but a lot of people get to learn from this. There's a lot of people in here getting to gain this perspective. So thank you, Raphael. That was an amazing conversation. And just know that you're not the only one out there, right? I've been there. Everybody else has been there. Okay. So we just got to keep working and learning and figure out, what is that next step? What do we need to tweak to get to that next step? And the two things that I'm going to leave you off with is one, conviction, right? You had mentioned not enough conviction. Conviction comes through experience. Okay, so the more time you spend executing, the more conviction you have. Okay, that's the first thing. You'll be able to be more aware of that greed. You'll be more aware of your decision making the more times you execute. Right? Like when you go to college, you don't go to college for 1 year and then you have a degree. No, you have to go for multiple years to even get the degree. So give it more time. That's the first thing. Second thing is tailor it to those feelings, right? If $500 is that limit, but you still want to hold things, at least take the $500 and then see if it'll keep running. Okay, so just tweak it a little bit. Instead of doing break even, maybe do plus $500 and then see if it'll run. Very good conversation. I'm going to move on so that other people's questions can be answered, but I really appreciate your time, Raphael. It's very honorable to be transparent and be able to allow other people to learn from it as well. So thank you. Hello, Ash. What do you think is the best trading and mechanical strategy, or trading with the feeling and experience you got? There is no best model. There is no holy grail. There is no secret sauce. Okay? Any model can work. Trend lines, opening range breakouts, inversions, change in the state of delivery, divergences, they all work. What matters is right here. The decisions you make, your ability to control your emotions, your ability to control your mind, your ability to control your actions, right? It doesn't matter what model you use if you're going to over leverage and over trade, right? If you're too large, you'll instantly get stopped out. If you're trading 90 times a day, you're going to have a lot of losses. So the decisions you make, your mental and emotional intelligence, that's what makes the difference. The model that you trade does not make the difference. So there is no best model. There is no best mechanical way of approaching the market. You handling your emotions, you handling your thoughts, you handling your actions, that's what makes the difference. What's your ideal contract size for MNQ? $2,000 of drawdown. I always divide my drawdown by 10. So if you have $2,000 of drawdown, using $200 per trade is what I would do. Would love to hear your opinion on me risking 1K per 50K account. Well, I don't know how much drawdown you have. That you got to provide a little more information there. Like I just said, I divide my drawdown by 10, right? So if you're in a 50K account and you have 10K of profits, then risking 1K per trade, then that makes sense, right? You got to provide a little more information there for me to accurately respond. 2K of drawdown? Well, then you just heard my answer. I just responded to the other individual that said 2K of drawdown. Divide your drawdown by 10 is what I have to say about that. But I build a buffer. Yeah, when you have more drawdown, then you can risk more, right? If your drawdown is now $4,000 and you divide that by 10, then risking $400 per trade allowed you larger risk. Right? It's still the same concept. Nah, I ain't risking $200 on an eval. Well, that's a personal decision. Okay, if you want to try to get into a funded account quicker than other people, the only thing I have to say about that is make sure you fully accept the risk, right? So the risk is the amount of the eval. If you can take the amount of the eval and go and burn it, then okay, risk more money. But it's a decision of risk management, right? The risk is the amount of money of the eval, okay? If it doesn't make you feel any sort of way, you could literally take that money and throw it in the garbage, then okay, risk more. But in my opinion, risking more should only be for individuals that have proven profitability. If you are in the stage of learning, then take the time to learn. Education definitely comes first. Ash, to get out a trade, would you suggest closing the position before it reaches TP? If we just had this conversation, maybe you joined late or something, but first you need to manage your risk, right? You need to work on doing 1 to 2 risk to reward. That's the first thing. Once you're capable of managing your risk, then maybe start reaching for more. Okay, so what I mean by reaching for more is instead of taking profit at 2R, raise your stop loss to plus 2R, and then see if it could run. Okay? So understand where you are in this process. If you're still at the portion of even learning how to manage your risk, then just focus on managing your risk. When it's time to scale, then we'll have that scaling conversation. Hey, Ash, I can accept losses on evals, but not on funded account, and that's why I close my trade on every move against me. I don't know how to overcome this. Have you ever had this problem? This just sounds like a conviction issue, right? Like, clearly, you moving into the funded account, right? Your ability to now make money because it's a funded account is inducing some kind of emotion that's deterring your executions, right? So, like, how long have you been trading? It sounds like you haven't gotten enough conviction. You should be trading the same exact way in the eval as you are in your funded account. Just because you moved into a funded account doesn't change anything, right? So don't allow that emotion to deter you. Okay? Chat, once again, if you're getting any value from any of these conversations we have, if you're getting any value from any of the giveaways that we do, if you're getting any value from any of the hosts or the special guests that come on stream, do us a favor and sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. We're going to keep working and learning every single week. What do you think of 1 point of risk for a 2-point reward type of trade? That is not something I do. You'll be in and out of the position before you can even click the button. I think we all know what that means, chat.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a major deal.
50 free resets using code BULLRUN50.
Funded TV, the crowd's in line. Dreams
Let's
are
see who's gonna
traveling
get one.
neon signs.
50 free resets using code BULLRUN50.
Flashing prizes rain.
Let's go.
It's calling out your name. Click and claim, it's your big day. Give
Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways.
Fever's here to stay.
Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Let's see who got one. Rain got one. Very nice. Blint got one. Very nice. Heather got one. Very nice. Coop got one. Let's go. Joseph got one. Let's go. MM got one. Let's go. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Yeah, for the individual saying that it didn't work, you have to realize there's 600 people watching here. There's only 50 codes, right? So, yeah, it is going to go really quick. The key is to understand that when the music turns on, that's when the giveaway happens. All right, chat. Last 10 minutes with you all. Any last questions? Any last information we should go over? We got 10 more minutes with you all before the weekend starts. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment, though. Tom and Matt do a phenomenal job providing value every single day. So definitely stick around for their segment. But I have 10 more minutes with you all. So any last questions? Any last information? Ash, thank you, brother. Thank you as well. Thank you from Rocky Mountain Trader. Thank you as well. What a phenomenal segment. I understand that we weren't looking at price action today, but price action isn't everything. This business is truly 80% mental and 20% chart. So we do need to go over all of the different aspects of this business. There will be times where we're watching positions. There will be times where we're talking about risk management. There will be times where we're talking about mental and emotional intelligence. We need to work on all aspects of this business. Okay, so any last questions? Any last information? I do also want to say thank you to you all. Okay. Thank you for all the questions. Thank you to MyFundedFutures for all the giveaways. Thank you to all the hosts and all the guests that joined the stream. There's so much value in this community. I get excited for the stream every single day, and I'm going to continue to keep showing up because, you know, working with other like-minded professionals, it really provides a lot of perspective. It provides so many more learning opportunities than if we were doing this on our own. Ash, question on your model. Are you only trading the market open, or have you other operation hours? I have tried other hours, and I have to say executing at the opening times is the best results. So focusing on the opening times is what should happen. That is what has provided the best results for myself. But I'm a normal trader. I've tried things. I've done the whole trial by fire. I've experimented. I've tried things. I've had different thoughts or opinions. I've tried it all. But the results say executing during the opening times provides a better result. Ash, when I see like $500 loss in evals or funded, then I get fear and tilt. Always I size up to recover. So let me ask you, how has that worked out for you? When you size up to try to recover, what happens after that? Do you blow the account? Because in my opinion, it sounds like something that would blow your account. The market doesn't care about you. The market doesn't care about your feelings. The market doesn't care about your account. So that fear, that tilt, market doesn't care about that. But your actions of sizing up to recover, that's going to be the thing that ruins the account. So if these are your actions and these actions have not provided the results you're looking for, it's time to change something, right? When you have a loss, if every time you have a loss, that means you then go and blow the account because you become so emotional that you then tilt, I suggest you become a better loser. The best loser wins. Seriously, like, go read the book, The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogarth. I'm not exaggerating here. The most efficient loser will be the ones that are still here tomorrow. The ones that are sore losers are the ones that are going to blow up their accounts right after a loss. Ash, I just requested a 3K payout this morning. Let's go. W in chat for our trade. Congratulations. 3K payout. That's huge. Let's go. Congratulations. With me saying congratulations, though, don't let it create some kind of overconfidence that's going to then make you do something you shouldn't. Amazing job. Realize the payout. Congratulations. Enjoy it. But then get right back to your discipline. Get right back to your consistency. Get right back to your managing of your risk. Don't allow it to make overconfidence. Don't allow it to make you oversize, overtrade. You have to keep doing what you're doing so that it can happen again. I wanted to thank you because I've learned a lot from you about managing risk and being patient with my trades. Well, look at what all the hard work does. Look at the amount of focus, the amount of energy, all the time that you're putting into your business. Look at what it's doing. So just take it one step at a time, lay one brick at a time, brick by brick. We will continue to keep working. We will continue to keep learning. Just remain patient, have discipline in your risk management, and have consistency with choosing process over results. Always survive another day. Very good job. Congratulations. I wish we can get Sean Sawyer back. We can actually do some trading psychology exercises. Let me ask him. That's great to hear. We could definitely go ask him. Thanks for bringing that up. Oh, even better. It looks like Magnus already confirmed it. See, ask and you shall receive. There you go. Very nice. Very nice. Everybody's saying 1 minute unicorn. Let's take a look before I hop out of here. Beautiful, beautiful stuff, chat. If this is what you're looking at, I agree with what you're saying. Right here, if you're talking about this right here, you have a fair value gap in here as well. If this is what you're pointing to for the individuals asking me about the bullish unicorn on the 1 minute chart, I agree with what you're saying. Very good job. Very good job. Already moved higher too. How many points is that? Wow, 60 points already. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Very good job to anybody that was able to take advantage of this. Very good job. I got in the longs. Very good job, Mr. Luzon. Very good job. ES, Asia low swept, SMT with NQ. Very good job. I'm out. 4K made. Let's go, Denny. I mean, that is exactly how we want to end the week. Love to hear it. Very good job, Denny. Denny's been crushing it. All right, chat. This is the end of the week for myself. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Stick around for Matt's segment as well. Thank you, everybody, for all of your time. I greatly appreciate everybody that participates. It really is very valuable getting to learn and work with other like-minded professionals. So let's continue to keep showing up. Let's continue to keep working. I hope you all have a great weekend, and I will see you all next week. Let's invite Tom up on the stage, and I'll hand the mic over to Tom. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
And I'm here again. Hey, welcome everybody. Oh, it's good to be back. And first and foremost, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ash, for all the value and all the information. As always, I was listening in and it was amazing. It was amazing. Oh, I just realized congratulations to Danny for the 4K again. This is amazing result. I just realized I typed your name with an A instead of an E. That's a typo. Danny, congrats. And thank you again, Ash. It was an amazing session. Welcome, chat. Hello, everybody. Special hello to hosts and mods. Oh, it's Friday again. Friday again. Hello, Camila. All right. Let's start the show, right? No, actually, the show is already going. How's everybody? The money printer is going. I hope so, right? Okay. I hope everybody shorted at the top here. You guys are buying at the low, sell low, buy high. And let's not follow that strategy. Then he started with proper risk management. I see. Okay. So again, thank you, Ash. As I said, I always enjoy to listen to his session. And, lots of value. And, all the hosts are providing excellent value. If you look back for the week, I mean, this was just amazing. And obviously, today, NFP, you got to be a little bit more careful than usual. You never know where is the bottom, where is the top. The range could be a little bit interesting. And, zone wise, I was also a little bit confused, like how far can this go or where can this turn around? Actually, we're going to talk about that too. So let's just see. I'm just going to have to scroll through my settings here. Okay, every chart is set up. I wanted to look on ES real quick. I think we made a new new all-time high before the drop. I'm assuming that most of us here are trading the NQ. I wonder how many of you are trading gold and ES. I think like majority of traders are actually going with NQ, right? Because we don't really talk too much about ES. And I got this question quite a few times, like, hey, Tom, why don't we talk about ES? Why just NQ? But obviously, we will talk about that too. So let me hear some good stories. Again, congratulations, Danny, for the 4K. That was awesome. You took the D candle on gold. Oh, yeah, gold, real quick. I was in a long position earlier than the news release, only on some evaluation accounts. Actually turned out good. I mean, low risk, but this pump here, this was absolutely like, yeah, kind of crazy, but nothing left to be traded through gold. This London session, in my stream, we were like lining up these 15-minute and 5-minute supply zones higher, somewhere around the 36.18 to 36.21-ish area. Actually, there were a 5-minute and the 15-minute order block. So 2 in 1, basically. You're welcome, Danny. Absolutely. So, there was a bit of a liquidity sweep, and then I was like, man, it should just go higher. I tried to go long once in the London session. It took me out, and obviously the liquidity sweep happened in this area, and so I was like, okay, sooner or later we should be hitting. Every end of the day, I ask myself, I look back, and obviously we're doing the reflections, like how the week went, how the day was, going so far. And I always, the first question I ask myself, was my analysis correct? And this is why I always repeat this to you guys. Like, you should also ask yourself, was the analysis correct? I think you should also put this on your scorecard, which we talked about yesterday. So, was the analysis correct? That actually matters a lot, because even if you're not, hitting those levels, let me go back to NQ. That doesn't mean that your analysis or levels cannot be correct. But back to NQ here, and just a really quick recap. The only level that I saw here is a 5-minute demand zone, which was actually happening again. And this is the third day. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you. So this is the third day, actually, in a row. If you look back, we can actually look back on the 5-minute. Let's just do this. So here's an example. And you know how much I love these zones. I'm always all over with these zones everywhere, supply, demand, the way I see it. So let's just look at this. And again, Asia low. Look at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's quite amazing, by the way. Wow, nice, Camilla. That is awesome. That is great. Can you send it to me? I need to have it. Yeah. Just joking. That's awesome. That's awesome. So there's a fair value gap here, and as we see it, Tokyo/Sydney Open here, bearish candles pushing down, here, and picking up liquidity from this fair value gap. So just for clear understanding, come on, let's just put fair value gap here, and let's just put it to the center. So picking up liquidity here, that's number one, okay? Then, obviously, bullish candle pushing higher and shifting structure actually right there. And this was the move right at this point. I know we have a new day opening gap, but this move actually, look at how nicely it actually, this is the turning point. This is the pivot point, I guess we can say that, where the market started to push to those highs. Now, it's not just a nice push here all the way through the Asia session, but also we have this beautiful 5-minute demand zone. All I wanted to see, by the way, during the London session, and I have entered a short based on the 1-minute chart. So actually, yesterday and today, the London session for me was not good. But that doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I'm going to ask myself, what was my analysis correct? Or were the levels correct? And yes, the answer is going to be yes. It was good. The level was good. I had no gameplay or no trade plan on the upside here, so nothing. Some people in chat were asking me like what's the plan if it goes higher? And obviously I said, like, yeah, we have some levels. We have the 24K and higher, but I just had no plan, nothing. Even if I look to the left, I mean, I'm not going to do it now, but even if I scroll to the left, I did not see anything. So for me, that is just not enough. So I said, like, whatever happens, the only thing I'm going to do is I might going to try to go short. And obviously, we were waiting for the news here. Now, after it spiked higher, and I'm not going to go down to the 1 minute now, but as it was waterfalling down here into the news candle low, I actually entered a short position, made a couple of $100 on this short, which was nice. Only with 5 micros, you know. And not just because of the news candle, but by the way, I'm going to tell you just a small information crumb here, like, take it or leave it, but when we have these NFP candles or even FOMC candles, Jabuz, hey, good to see you. The volume weighted average price. I'm going to say her name so we can move on, weave up. All right, let's move on. So your life will be complete. So, Joe, good to see you, man. So, actually, the news candles like NFP, FOMC, even the FOMC report, maybe, or CPI candles, or even just a regular, your life is complete. All right. So when there's a red folder news candle, usually somewhere around the 8:30, like that's, I'm talking mostly about the 8:30 news releases, Eastern Standard Time. So when you're seeing this, if you do some backtesting, like collecting some data, you will realize that actually the market tends to go back and squeeze the positions and sweep the orders on both sides. It could have just gone first to the downside, and we could have just seen the opposite reaction, like squeezing both sides here. And obviously, that's just a layer of confluence if you have a zone. So I had my 5-minute zone here. I saw that the news candle has not been taken out the low. Beautiful waterfall situation. On the 1 minute, I jumped in, and there you go. Now, if you're asking me now, okay, but what's going to happen now? I have no idea. And you know what? I don't even care. And, that's the kind of game plan that you should also have. Like, obviously, the daily routine for everybody should be to be here at MyFunded TV, right? That should be part of the daily routine. That's why that's part of trading. And I'm going to talk about the power of community today. Yeah, it's Crazy Friday, so we're going to talk about that. A bit of a community speech here. Ezra, good to see you, man. So, usually, these NFP news releases could be like a not the typical seek and destroy, but you definitely have to be aware that, squeezing the highs, squeezing the lows, and then maybe, what I can imagine here, if there's not going to be any news event or any catalyst that is going to engage something here, I mean, we can just go up here and maybe even finish up the day somewhere in the middle. So this is the kind of reaction that I'm expecting from the market. Now, why I'm saying this, because I think for Friday, we definitely took out what we could. Obviously, we still have a previous day low down there, which is an AM session low, could be somewhat relevant. I don't see anything in that, by the way. And this is only, of course, the 5-minute. But otherwise, really, I see nothing more. So obviously, we'll see. TGIF play. Oh, yeah. Thank God it's Friday. Plus data point. It was amazing to trade towards the data low. Nice. Yeah, on Friday, you got to be extra cautious, all right? So with the mindset, obviously. As I said yesterday and throughout all week and last week. Hey, thank you so much, Camilla. Thank you. So you got to be, because that's what it's all about, right? We talked about this every week. What's our most valuable asset in trading is our confidence in trading, okay? The confidence our mindset, our conviction in our trading model. All right. That's our most valuable asset. And we need to protect that at all costs. So one of the best ways to protect it is by, the usual boring stuff, like sizing down the positions, no overtrading, discipline, and all the usual things that we already gone through every day. But we are repeating this because as a community, despite the fact that everybody's here for the free stuff, hey, P, what's up? I know, like, come on, let's be honest. And it's Crazy Friday. You want free stuff, right? That's why we're here for. Now, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but that's not what we're here for. MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV especially is, we want to give you the most, all the value that is possible. Every host, every mod, everybody, we're here to provide value. And that's what I love about this stream so much. So not just the free stuff. You love the free stuff, of course. Resets, accounts, whatever, you name it. Like, okay, we know that. But the value, what you can learn. Free education. Exactly. That's why you're here. Oh, you're here. Finally, someone said it. My work is done. Finally. Thank you, God. I think finally okay. I reached my goal in life. Finally, someone said it. They're here for me. Okay. So yeah, as a community, and obviously, I'm always trying to use my session here to lift up the spirit a little bit. And because it's Friday, obviously, two things we need to remind ourselves. One, if you're in the red, forget about trading in the PM session. If you're in the green, forget about trading in the PM session. If you have not been trading yet, I don't know. I don't know if you guys can get my blessing to trade in the PM session. But if you haven't traded today because you just finished up with your business, then maybe small size PM session, scalping maybe. Don't push it too much, all right? That's the only small advice or excuse for you. What am I drinking tonight? I'm going to actually show you what I'm drinking. I'm drinking a sour cherry flavored energy drink. You reading this? Sour cherry. It's called Swiss. I don't even know what it is. It's an energy. It's a multivitamin drink. That's what I'm drinking. And you know what? I'm going to just have one more sip for you guys. So cheers. Oh, this is good. There's no alcohol in it. Don't worry. So vitamin drink. Exactly. That's just a vitamin. It's not even an energy drink. Sorry. It's just a vitamin drink. So no spicer chasers in this one. Okay. Not until you're at the charts. Once you're finished, then, you can have maybe a glass of wine. Actually, I told you guys, I'm not a great drinker. Occasionally when there's Christmas or like a family gathering, maybe just a glass of wine, but that's it. Or during the summertime, I take a bit of a beer at the beach, but that's all. That's my maximum. Palinka would be the best. I know. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Debadi. Oh my gosh. So I'm actually blushing now. So let's just move on. What I want to say is Friday, I have a great topic, by the way, which refers to this community. I think it's just awesome. I wrote down some bullet points to myself. So because it's Friday, let's remind ourselves that if you're in profit throughout the week, and I hope you guys did some reflections, and not just if you're not even doing the scorecard, at least try to, give yourself a few minutes and look back on your accounts or your progress for the week. Like, how did you do so far this week? It doesn't, and for very important, don't measure your process by P&L. Okay. Yeah, you can be in the red, you can be in the green, but have you followed your plan? That is it. If we really want to summarize everything, just one single question. If you're lazy, I'm sorry to say this, guys, somebody have to say it, right? If you're lazy, or if you just, too busy or you're being distracted, whatever is the case, but at least just answer one question honestly to yourself and don't lie to yourself. Did you follow your plan on throughout the week? If you did, then don't do anything crazy on a Friday PM session like I did in this year, January. Like, don't blow up all your funded accounts like I did on a Friday PM session in January in 5 minutes. Don't do that. All right. Obviously, keep everything. But what you're really saving for the weekend is that positive spirit. All right. That positive mind. That's what we are actually saving for the weekend. You're going to need that for next week. Okay. So Friday, when you do something, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it's something stupid on a Friday. All right. Trading wise. Kid, my day is so far good. A few $100 in the green, but that's okay for me. I mean, obviously we have some very good traders in the community who made a bunch of $1,000s. I'm a slow turtle trader, few $100s here and there, kind of a slow process, but don't worry, I will get there. Yeah, kid, I do have invested into a new microphone last week, actually. So as I was saying, if you do something stupid trading wise, please don't. Because I think, and this is my personal opinion, if you do something like that on a Friday, I think it hits a little bit stronger. Ash was talking about this in his session, and I 1,000% agree with that. Like, do you really want to take that negative attitude into your personal life on the weekend? Do you really want others, your spouse, your parents, your kids, your friends, your neighbors, whoever, to see that negativity, even if you try to shield it somehow or hide it, whatever? You don't want to carry it with yourself. So just ask yourself, who cares about the profits and the losses? Just an honest answer. Did you make progress? Did you follow your plan? You don't have to answer to me. You answer to yourself. All right. If you did. Yeah, the ASMR bedtime stories are starting at the PM session 3:30. No, actually, we're going to open up the stream at 7 p.m. after the market close, Eastern Standard, for bedtime stories with Tom. That's going to be the special segment. All right. So stay tuned. Stick around, So save that positivity. Don't let your weekend get destroyed by doing something that, imagine if you were doing good throughout the week and don't ruin it on a Friday. Don't turn it absolutely upside down on a Friday, right? So that's why, and I know I might sound like, okay, I'm just putting you a little bit more stress. No, I don't want to put you into stress. You can trade if you want, actually. All right. So I'm always kind of trying to ease it up for you. Obviously, you can trade. If you really want to trade, go on. But please, at least, turn it down. Just the minimum risk as possible. All right. So, right? Blue one evaluation. Evaluation account, if you blew it on a Friday, that's something is somewhat permissible. Okay. I know it sounds a little bit weird. Obviously, funded accounts hurt a little bit more. We all know that. I'm going to tell you guys a very simple personal opinion. The longest time I was able to hold a funded account that I was having like 5 payouts from that funded account, from the same account. It was like 106 days. And I was very proud of that account. And so 106 days, I was really, very positive. I was very grateful. The payouts were, rolling nicely out, and really I was doing everything by the plan. Small size, step by step base hits. And that one particular day came around the corner, and obviously, the end account was blown in just one session. Not because the market was bad. I should have just stopped, obviously, but I was not in that state of mind. Anyway, that's a different story. You know what the most painful thing was in that? It was not the profit. It was not the potential buffer zone that I left on the account to be able to be. Actually, I could have got another trade payout from that account. And it wasn't the first thing that got to my mind. The first thing was that, oh my gosh, I put in so many days, 106 days into this account, and all that work is basically out of the window. Now, if this happens on an evaluation account, that's also like not such a great thing. But the most valuable thing for me, maybe not for everybody, but it's time. I'm just going to say it again. Time is one of the most valuable asset next to obviously protecting the confidence is time. So that's why obviously not every one of us likes to spend too much time on evaluation accounts. Obviously, that's why you need to do a different risk management style on a funded account. We all know that. But when I'm losing a funded account that I've put in so much time and effort, applying proper risk management and discipline and everything throughout the weeks and weeks, even in difficult market conditions, and surviving those red days, because there's always going to be a red day. The first thing that gets to my mind is, oh my gosh, all that time I threw out the window. Overconfidence, maybe. I threw out the window all that time. And yes, all that energy, the confidence is not hurting at that point, because I know that I could do it. I'm going to do it again. So I proved to myself that I can take an account to 5 payouts, one account, and I'm going to make it again. Next time, I'm going to make it even more. So that's actually good. But that's the first thing that gets to my mind. So anyway. Time, then price. I haven't beat that record yet, but I'm going to. Just saying, MM. So I'm getting closer. You start to treat those accounts you had for a while a bit differently. Yes, exactly, Wyatt. That is exactly the thing. So I guess you guys already noticed it. Once you're starting to build a funded account, the emotions are definitely like getting a little bit stronger. The scarcity of the markets, being scared and frustrated on the difficult market conditions, all those feelings are starting to escalate a little bit more. And that's why in the long term, being consistent and doing the proper risk management, those are the only things that's going to get you through those feelings. That's why protecting the confidence, protecting the conviction towards your trading model is basically the most, most important, right? That's the most important. Just saying, okay? Anyway, but we're here on Friday, and evals can be exhausting. Yes, I know that. Exactly, Debadi. Exactly. That's why I told you, stay consistent with 1 or 2 micros. I think that, only maybe, I don't know, out of 100 traders, maybe, I'm sorry to say this, but maybe just a few would do it, go through 30 days with 1 single micro. I promise you, if you can do that challenge, because that's basically a challenge for yourself, if you can do that challenge for 30 days to only trade with 1 micro and 3 trades a day maximum, or 2 is even better. If you can do that, your confidence is going to be exponentially higher and better and stronger. Okay? 1 micro practice for a month. Exactly. Exactly. This is your 3rd time nearly blowing my account before 1 day away. Pigeon, I don't even have an estimate of how many times that happened to me. So consistency is the ultimate goal. Exactly. Scale from there. Yeah, nicely said. So once you achieve consistency, and by the way, as you're working towards consistency, your confidence is also going to, automatically, grow and getting stronger. And that's a good thing. First, achieve the consistency alongside with confidence, and then you can scale. Then you can go with that. But obviously, we are only human. And we're only greedy. Like Gordon Gekko said, greed is good, but that's not that movie right now. This is a different simulation. So right now, the goal is to build the confidence, right? I'm doing 2-3 micros, 50 points daily. That is awesome. Debadeep, congratulations for that. That is good. That's a good goal. Your email does not work, Tom. I will send you. Thank you so much, Kamil. I will going to send you my email for that message you wrote me yesterday. All right, don't worry. Thank you so much in advance. I will send you. So, I'm tired of blowing accounts. Going to take my time and trade with more. Exactly, Steven. So, if you already blow up a bunch of accounts, why are you guys still trying to push it with aggressive trading, like with loose risk? I mean, no loose risk, but basically with like high risk, right? And trying to go. I know exactly why. Because we don't want to spend time on the evaluation account. We all want to jump to the funded account finally. I know a story, and not a long story, actually, a very short story. I know someone in person in my country. It doesn't matter who. He's a nice guy, but he also started out with prop firm trading. I'm not even going to say how much money he has spent on evaluation account. Obviously, he has a risk management issue because he always wants to get to that funded account. And yes, he got funded accounts over time, and he always calls me for help, which I'm trying. Obviously, I'm trying to help. But the main thing is, even though he is trying to get funded payouts, which he hasn't achieved yet, he always tried to go through the evaluation account super fast, very fast, like as fast as possible. And I keep repeating to him that, like, okay, but what do you think is going to happen once you go into the funded account? Do you think that, you get that funded account and everything is going to change? Do you think that once we got the funded account and right, we are now hedge fund managers? Or I don't even know, because I think this is also a trap. Like everybody's, we are spending money, of course, because it's a business cost for the evaluation accounts. We are doing the resets, and yeah, we have some free stuff at MyFunded. We all like that, but I think there's a wrong mindset being planted in our heads, especially for those of you who are quite new in prop firm trading. Like once you get the funded account and you're starting to imagine things that are not even there, or I don't know, put yourself on a pedestal, like, okay, we're here. We got the funded account. Awesome. Now everything is going to be much better. I just realized that because I just got I got a bunch of messages like this, and I know this guy in person. He has the same issue, and you got to remind yourself the real work actually is going to start. The real work, once you got the funded account. So why do you really want to, if you don't even know how to keep a funded account, why do we really want to force an evaluation account so fast? I'm an issue where I struggle to pass evals, but I can stay consistent and funded and get to payout. That's an interest. That's also something, Parmi. That's somewhat maybe the better situation if you can stay consistent on a funded account. Pigeon, I don't know, literally I built 2K buffer with micros after what I did. Don't go for minis, man. And that's also a trap too. Like you build up a buffer and you think like, okay, I just need one single trade. I have a pro account. I have a scale account, no consistency. You know what we're going to do. I'm just going to go 5 minis at the market open. All it takes, 5 mini at the market open. My God, that's going to be awesome. I'm going to close down $1,000 trade. It's going to take like 22 seconds and I'm going to make $1,000. Oh man, I made that mistake so many times. I can, that's pure gambling. But I know how it is, you know. Actually, I threw it away. I'm going to find it somewhere here. Here it is. Here it is. The gambler, you know, sits on your shoulder and says, push the button. Just one more push. Just one more push. Push it. You have the buffer. All it takes is just one single push. And he's the one. He's telling you to do it. Push the button, you know. So anyway, that always happens, right? So please don't do that. Anyway, it's Crazy Friday, guys. One more Swiss vitamin drink for you, all right? Anyway, trying to sing, but that's not going to work. Anyway, but we're here. We're part of the community. Okay, just with 2 minis. Come on, exactly. That's how it works. This is a Swiss multivitamin drink. Before you keep asking, I'm not drinking alcohol. Okay, so nothing like that. But you know what? Because we're here, you're part of a great community. I can't tell you enough, and I said it many times, how grateful that I can share some parts of my journey that I'm going through, because I'm going through the same stuff like you guys. And yes, we're all going to get there, but it's going to take time, right? So, good thing I'm about to pass my core account. Let's go for Pigeon. Forget about trading that account today, okay? Leave it. You just walk away. I told you. There's 2 options. It can be a very big stone or rock, which is near to you, or it can be a sledgehammer, whatever, or a hammer. I don't care. Just have to destroy those screens. Okay, if you have multiple screens, I'm sorry. Make sure to have enough money on your debit or credit account. You will buy a new one on the weekend. But for now, leave that account, smash the computer, and walk away. I'm sorry, at least the screen. Okay. Well, weave up. Bad for you. So, what's the sizing you all used to make? Let's say 200. Well, for 200 bucks, especially in a New York session, especially on an NFP, you're very good with 2 micros, maybe even 1. You know, Ezra. Thank you for saying that, because that's the topic which I wanted to talk about, and I'm going to be real quick. Actually, not a topic; it's just an idea that got to my head, because this is a great community, okay? And trading is super lonely. Trading is one of the loneliest businesses out there. Really, I was thinking about this. Like, day trading is one of the loneliest businesses in the world, and it's a business, okay? I'm putting this deliberately, intentionally. The loneliest businesses out there. London today was bad for me. Was bad, but I recovered in this drop on NFP. So but being part of the community, because this here is a great community. This is an awesome place to be. So, trading is a solo sport, right? Played in a crowded arena. That's what basically where we are, right? You sit alone at your desk, but you're fighting against the entire market. Have you ever thought about this? That's why being a part of a trading community is one of the biggest edges that you can give yourself. Being part of a community like this and MyFunded TV is, this is just a great place. This is an edge. You can trade alone, but you can't grow alone. Or actually you can, but it's going to take you much more time. If you want to grow faster as a trader, you definitely have to be part of the community, okay? A trading community, obviously, right? Getting support from family and friends is also good, but that's a different thing. If you want to grow faster as a trader, just be a part of the community, okay? Exactly. So obviously there are some... what is NQ doing? Okay. So there are some hidden problems with trading alone. We all know that. So if you're trading alone, there's basically a couple of problems that we're having, when we're trading alone. If you're totally alone, there's no accountability. Easier to break the rules. And I'm not particularly talking about that you have to stream or you have to run a public journal or vlog or whatever, but being able to talk to other like-minded traders, that's what mostly I'm talking about. Okay, and in a place like this, for example, like MyFunded TV, you get no feedback for your actions, right? Bad habits are going to go basically unchecked. Okay. Yeah, journal on Reddit, whatever works for you. Okay. Birdman. So all those bad habits are going to be are going to go unchecked, right? And basically you're isolating yourself, like the emotional roller coaster. If you're not sharing the information, if you're not journaling, you can do a public journal on a blog, on Reddit. You can share your day here in the chat. If you have a bad day, share it. If you have a good day, share it. If you seek for information, ask the hosts and the mods. Ask me, please. I wish I could answer all your questions in this 1 hour segment. I wish. I don't know how we should do this, man. I really love to answer your questions. Sometimes I feel like I would really love to help with some, personal advice or something. But be here, ask the questions. Hey, Gabor, welcome. But be here, okay? See the same, I would say faces, but we don't see each other faces because, but see the same names in the chat. Ask around, what happened? I can always ask, for example, Weebop, like, hey, man, when you're going to change your name finally, And so we can always ask each other, just joking. So you see the same names, you see and just ask around, ask the others, like, how was your day? And share the information. Just being alone, obviously, slows you down. But there are so many benefits. And we haven't really talked about this. How many accounts you had? Well, I had a bunch, but currently I have 10 funded accounts. Currently, I just counted them this morning. I have 10 funded accounts. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said this. With MyFundedFutures, you can only have 5. Obviously, never made a secret that I'm trading everywhere. Not everywhere, but what do you think about standard deviation? Well, it depends on in which context we're talking about the standard deviation. In terms of, profit targets, expansion in price, whatever. Standard deviation 1-to-1 is the go-to. Like I always say, because it's risk management wise is something that. There was something. Right? Let me scroll back. Oh, there was a forum. Okay, everybody, come on. So standard deviation 1-to-1 hits me like a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And I do like that. My goal was always and will be to go for a maximum of 1-to-2. I don't care about 1-to-3. So the standard 3 deviation in that case. But that's the kind of way that I could be talking about the concept. But otherwise, I don't know in which context. Okay, that was fast. Like something happened real fast here about the forum and something, I don't know. Some people are getting super fast. So, but I wanted to say like there's so many benefits to be a part of a trading community. For example, here at MyFunded TV. And it's basically the same thing, like accountability is also a positive thing, that you can stick to your rules, right? When others could be asking you like, hey, how was your trading day? Or, even on Discord, there's the funded chat at MyFundedFutures Discord, right? Join the community, make conversations, okay? That's automatically actually building up some sort of an accountability. If you're doing a public journal, by the way, that's also a good thing. Anyway, sharing your plan, as I wanted to say, like sharing your plan makes you a little bit more disciplined. So for example, on MyFundedFutures Discord, or even here on the chat, in the community, you can share your plan. Okay, today I'm going to look for this and this level, whatever. Actually, that's going to, in your subconscious, it's actually going to help you being a little bit more disciplined. Okay, accountability is basically the cure of impulsivity. Okay, that's a very important one, but no, there's not. Has anyone here won? Yeah, let me know if there was winners, or there will be. Okay. Also, the shared knowledge, right? I told you guys all the positive information that we get from the hosts here. Faster learning, basically, that's the most benefit, growing faster as a trader and seeing how others are applying setups. That's actually benefits you in the learning curve, right? Obviously, you're seeing all the different perspectives explained to you. Like, I'm very grateful and glad to share the same space here with other hosts, and I'm also listening to them and try to learn from them. And trading is a constant learning curve. It never stops. Basically, if you think like, if you're seeing yourself still trading, even as a side business, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, don't think that the learning is going to stop. It's never going to stop in trading, because we're always adapting to the market. The market is also adapting to, the global market, or, everything is just in the move. But that's why it's never going to stop. It's always learning curve, but different perspectives, to be learned in a community, growing faster. Okay. One trader's lesson could save you maybe 100 blown up accounts. Or if you just take one single sentence from someone, even from a member of the chat, that can also save you a lot. These are not shortcuts, as I said, but definitely information that you need to collect. So don't be alone. Find a place where you can hang out. Obviously, when there is no MyFunded TV, you can always join my stream in London sessions, right? Right? Wink. There's my YouTube handle on the upper right corner. Wink. So I'm always streaming 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. And today there was no New York stream. I had to run some errands in the city, but I couldn't get back in time. But I just got back in time for the drop, but that was off stream. Anyway, just find a place where you can hang around, share info, always helps. Emotional support also. I totally forgot to talk about that. emotional support, I think, could be even more important, especially if you're not really getting support from family or friends. I mean, MSGA, good to see you again. When I started out in trading, I mean, especially after losing lots of money from my savings back in 2018 and 19 on Forex, but that's a different story. You know, I started out again super seriously. And yeah, exactly. 90 bit even. Little nuggets of wisdom. Sometimes you cannot even imagine when somehow just a small information piece can maybe change your whole perspective or you know, aspect, mindset, whatever, on trading. Sometimes that's all it takes, just that little small information piece. So when I started out, and I'm talking about emotional support, I was talking about emotional support. I tried to tell my family, I guess I told you guys this, I tried to tell my family, my friends, of what am I really trying to achieve here. And I was working for an insurance company with a fairly good commission, because I was working for on a commission basis. I was a salesman, then I was a manager and handling corporate clients. I was having a fairly good salary here in my country, and then I started to lean more and more towards this trading business. And long story short, I didn't really get support, right? So when I tried to tell this to my close friends and my family, and I do love my parents, and thank God they're still with me, and I love them dearly, but I told them, and they were like, "No, son, no, that is, you know, that's just a video game, or I don't know what is there, but that, you know, we saw what happened in 2008, you know, we saw what happened with you in 2018, this is just not good. You should just stay with your current, job, maybe even go get a second job, because this is just not good, and we don't think this is going to work." They basically wanted best for me. They wanted me to be better, but they did not see how this is actually can be a turning point in life to be good in trading. Anyway, let's move on. Important question. Let me hear that, Debadeep. Do you use turn signal indicators? No, not really. I mean, BMW owners don't really use it. Actually, I saw a video here, like a BMW owner went into the shop and was asking the mechanic, like, "Hey man, look at this. Like, I mean, here's the steering wheel, and there's this knob here. If my hand, hits it, up or down, there's a blinking something on the dashboard. So please, can you put that blinking light from the dashboard, because it starts to blink? I hate that when I hit that now. So I don't know what is that." And obviously that's how BMW owners are working. So turn signal is something you don't need once you drive a BMW. Okay. So Jan, I like that. So, yeah, I cannot confirm or deny that, Jan. So anyway, yeah, it's Crazy Friday. So let's just move on. Alfa Romeos are beautiful. I love the how do they say it? Giulia, Alfa Romeo Giulia. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly, but that's a beautiful car. Anyway, very Crazy Friday. So those are beautiful. Anyway, emotional support, super important, right? If you're part of this community, and obviously we're here to help each other, and I'm always, if someone would seriously ask me to help out with some questions and answers, with the mindset I try to do my best and then gladly doing it. Losses definitely don't feel as heavy when you know everyone goes through it, right? Like once I realized this, and it was years ago, like I know where there's I was in a mentorship at a Discord. That doesn't really matter. It was super great to talk with others in the chat, like sharing the losses, not just the wins, and supporting each other. Emotional support is definitely important. Okay, and also the winners feel better when shared, right? When you just share. When you cannot share it with anyone, that's actually not that good. So trading, as I said, is lonely, but you don't have to suffer alone. Okay, let's just forget. And of course, the confidence building part with the community is one of the most important. Seeing others succeed, by the way, proves that it's possible. I'm gonna tell you guys a very important sentence here. If I could make it to payouts in prop firms, anybody can make it. If I could make it to these payouts, I'm sorry to say it like this, but anyone can make it. Anyone. If I could make it. So there's only one thing there, the time factor. As long as you're not giving up, it's only a question of time. Obviously, don't do it recklessly. Okay. Obviously, don't throw all your money and your personal life into this. So do it, with proper step-by-step basis. But as long as you're not giving up, it's just a question of time. That's the good news, actually. Take this away for the weekend, at least. Remind yourself, like, hey, this crazy guy, Tom, just said in the stream, if I don't give up, this crazy guy made it to payouts, like multiple payouts, this guy here. If he could take those payouts, like anyone can do it. That's the good news. Just a question of time. All right. And once you know how it works, you just have to, no fool porting, Raphael. That's not what I said. So confidence building. All right. And actually, that's what I would like to think of my segment here at MyFunded TV. I want to help you guys and gals, ladies and gents, to build that confidence. We need the confidence, the proper conviction in our trading model. Okay, let that be an indicator, let that be a zone, a trend line, whatever it is. Rocket Scooter fam is coming in. All right, everybody. So confidence building. And also, like, a healthy competition pushes you to improve. Right? Healthy competition. I'm not saying like flashing left and right, no. A healthy competition. When we can help each other in the chat or in the community, even on Discord or here, with all these information pieces that we give away and you guys share as well, like that's also, kind of makes you to improve. Even your subconscious wants to improve, you want to get better. By the way, the Scooter reminds me of that German techno trance group band, Scooter. You guys might know them. They're still pushing it as well. I was listening to Scooter in the 90s, Yeah. Anyway, I love that techno group, techno band. Anyway, no, they're not terrible. Come on, Steve. Always hardcore. Yeah. And there's the song. Everybody search for Scooter and search for the song Weekend. Scooter Weekend. And just sing it. Okay. Scooter Weekend. Just listen to the song. Because it's weekend, so that's what I'm wishing you. It's weekend, Anyway, build that confidence. And one more thing I totally forgot about this. My time is almost up. Is basically networking. You never know who you can do some collaboration, some new strategies. You make new friends. You never know. I want to be friends with everybody. That's why I'm here. tap, tap, tap. Yeah, exactly. So some collaborations, sharing strategies, trading buddies, having a trading buddy, being accountable for each other's, trade. I mean, not each other's, but being accountable for your trades. And, that kind of helps too. These are basically open doors here. Like everybody wants it, right? Everybody wants some collaboration. He will pay for the accounts. Yeah. Community creates basically opportunities outside of the charts too, right? Who knows? I get to be some real good friends with Methodical Man. So now I can troll him all day and all night. And he's never going to be angry at me. So, but there's so many other things to talk about the community, obviously. Just don't trade alone. Isolation, getting slower, that's not good. Trading with the community, engaging your accountability, support faster growth, all that things, just to recap, super important. My stream link is in the upper right corner, youtube.com/@TomSaboBiz, basically TomSaboBiz. If you guys want to join in on the London and the New York session, I'm always welcoming new viewers in chat. So, yeah. Oh my God, what's the time? Right, 1 more minute until Matt is. I can hear it. I can already hear it. He has it. I have to put it on.
Up. Hey.
Sing it, everyone. I want to hear it super loud, everybody.
I can hear what Tom was doing. What's up? Yeah, what's up, Tom?
What's
How
up?
you doing?
Hey.
So, I have a present for you, Tom. I don't know if we'll get it to you by today, but maybe by next week.
Okay, I love presents.
So we wrote we have some songs we play on our stream.
Oh my
and
God.
We decided to make one for you. It's not a theme song because you need to get a theme song, but it's a song that you'll appreciate. Maybe we'll get it to you. Maybe we'll hear it by Monday. I don't know if it got out there in time.
Oh, I'm already blushing. Thank you so much. That is amazing. I wanted the song so much. I love it. I actually love it. Awesome.
It's also in Hungarian. So the lyrics.
Jesus, holy baby Christ. That's going to be wow. All right. That's going to be amazing.
But we need to get you a good intro song. It's more just like a song that is you play it when you want to like pump up the market. You want things to like go crazy. And so we'll see if you like what it is.
All right. I'm looking forward.
It's weird. but I don't know. We'll see.
I like being weird. Okay. I like it. I can't wait. Awesome.
How'd your training day go, man? This was crazy, right?
Oh, it was crazy. Actually, London session, like this is the second day for me that London session was not working for me. So I just skipped it. I mean, I had some stop loss and then I managed to recoup some of the losses on this drop. Well, let me see. I was looking to take out the news candle low at 726 and at 10 a.m. I was just zooming into the 1 minute chart and basically started to chase it a little bit down to the news candle low, and I managed to recoup some losses, but that's it. Basically, bit of a break even day, and that's it. Kind of a crazy move here. Yeah. How's your day?
I got burned at the open. Like basically, when the market moved, I started buying dips on my screen, like right about here. When we filled the half gap and filled the gap, I tried to long here. I took some stops, waited till the bottom, kind of took some hits, and then longed it back out. 2 of my accounts dropped down pretty bad, and stayed down. 2 of my accounts dropped down really bad, and then I brought them back. So it's kind of a mixed bag down the bottom right of the screen. I'm green for the day,
Nice.
by a little bit, not a lot, but enough. And this is a tough day for a lot of people. So
Yeah, it is.
I
It
got
is.
lucky. And I'm fighting
Yeah.
one more long position now. So
Yeah, same for me. Like green, just a little bit, so more likely a bit of a break-even day here as well. And
Yeah.
I'm glad I survived, because I was really tempted to. Let's just say I know I will not do it, and I almost did it. Like last month, I told you I copy traded funded accounts, and that was terrible. I almost did the same mistake again, and thank God I didn't. But this was tough because the temptation was real. Like, oh my God, I wanted to short this on some funded accounts. Yeah, it could have turned out good, but I'm just glad I didn't do it, because that would be just a bad habit on my end. So
yeah.
So, what do you think? Is there going to be any other movement here in the PM session?
Dude.
Or
Every Friday has been a day where it's been roop and then stays flat. Fridays for the last 3 months or 2 months have been exactly that kind of Friday. And all my losing days, that are all of those days end up being losing days for me, where the market just falls and stays there, doesn't do anything. Weird. It was two last Friday, and I think 2 Fridays before that, same thing.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we need to recharge and not do anything crazy on the charts. I told you guys, chat, that don't do anything. If you already traded today, red or green, whatever, it's best not to push it. So the only task you have left for today is stay with Matt and listen to him. So that being said, I just want to thank you guys, the positive energy as always, and it was a great session again. And Matt, I wish you and everybody a great session and a great weekend, recharging and all that such, right?
You too, man. Hopefully, hopefully you have a great weekend.
You too. I wish the best, everybody, and you too, Matt. All right, have a good one. Thank you so much, and see you next week. Cheers, everyone.
Thanks for that, Tom. Everybody say goodbye to Tom. Wish him a great weekend. Welcome here to Lunch Money with Matt. I'm your host, Matt. Welcome. Yeah, where are my glasses? I forgot to put them on. I just took them off so I could put on the sunglasses. Yeah, so this is a kind of another Friday, like the same Fridays we get that have been just complete shit. I don't really know what to say other than it's a lot of bad luck to get caught in this a lot. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. The Fridays were like this. Let me just put up like an hourly chart here and pull it up. So I could tell you that the last month there's been 3 Fridays exactly like this. This guy where it just falls and stays. Hopefully it falls and moves, which I'd like to see. But I remember it was this Friday where it just fell and stayed put, which is literally last week and did nothing. Fell, stayed put. The Friday before that was the rally. And then the Friday before that also fell and stayed put. For whatever reason, Fridays have just been crummy traders in the last month. And I remember it's just kind of been like this sense of, and of course this Friday was where it fell and it actually bounced around. It gave you some movement, but in the last 2 months, Fridays have just been really brutal, and could be expiration mechanics, whatever the case may be. But I really hope we do get some movement. I would hate for this to just sit there and be flat all day. Well, we'll see. Either case, today's trading is kind of hard. I knew that I wasn't going to long at the open. We knew that, right? So the market moved higher on bad news. Let's talk about that for a minute. Bad news, right? Jobs market is complete toast. We saw it today. Everything's dying out. We get. I don't know what's going on with the government data lately, or any of the data coming through. We had GDP data come through showing that there were no problems, and now we have jobs data coming through showing that the job market's dead. It's crazy. More government payrolls, more government layoffs. Manufacturing payrolls down. Non-farm payrolls way down. Participation rate still 60%. Private non-farms way down. Everything's down, 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 down. Yet the market rallies. And because of the quote unquote dual mandate that we talked about with the Fed, Market rallied on that news because now not only is there an 88% chance we get a rate cut, but there's a 12% chance we get a rate cut of 50 basis points even so. You guys remember a month ago before Jackson Hole, there was a 25% chance we didn't get a cut at all and 75% that we believe we'd get a cut. So the narrative has shifted completely away from the tariffs and the inflation to being that Powell's going to preserve the job market. What they believe, according to Powell, as he said in Jackson Hole and threw that 180 at us, is that if the market is selling off, people are likely going to lose their jobs further. And with all the labor data looking very bad, I mean, non-farms since COVID have just been getting lower and lower and lower and lower, month over month change. Manufacturing payrolls is kind of spotty, right? Unemployment rate going up and up and up and up. It's a new world that we live in. And the idea that the worse the job market is, the higher the probability we're going to get a rate cut, because that's what Powell was saying. They don't want the stock market to collapse and people lose their jobs, because then we had this weird period of stagflation. And when that happens, the government's going to be begging the Fed to bail them out. So they're trying to fight off a bigger problem that they themselves will have to face later. And so Wall Street was very happy when that news came out. Well, eventually, initially. Then when the stock market opened, everybody just sold that news because, well, that's actually bad news. And that's what we're seeing. Now, good news for Fed, bad news for the day. And the market just sort of died off of that. Now, you have to understand that it's not normally the Fed's directive to preserve the stock market, but the Fed is likely trying to do that right now. Now, they are also in a period of quantitative tightening where we were getting the Fed having things roll off their balance sheet as they're trying to get out of the market at the high in 2021. And now they're kind of like in this place where they got to keep the market going on its own accord. They take the training wheels off, let the market fly, and inflation, according to Powell, is going to be a short-term thing. Tariff inflation is going to be shorter lived than expected. According to them, according to all the Fed's data, inflation from tariffs is going to be short enough to not care about it anymore. And that's why people are voting on rate cuts. And the fact the labor market data came out to be complete dog shit, the probabilities went way up that the Fed's going to have to dig in even harder with a bigger rate cut. So that's what we're staring at today. Complete 180. A month ago, I'd be saying something different. We're getting no rate cuts this year, one if we're lucky. And Powell said inflation is not a big deal anymore. So they have a lot of optimism that we're going to figure this out, even though the PPI suggests otherwise. I don't think we're going to have short-term inflation. I think this is going to be a thing for 2 or 3 years. But maybe they're not worried that half a basis point is going to create a bubble or something. So I don't know. We'll see. But the fact that the job market is very much in a weird spot brings up a bunch of theories. Why is the participation rate low? Why, when they poll people and say, are you working or looking for a job? And people are like, not really. Like maybe. Are you actively working or looking for work? And most people, pre-COVID, it was growing. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, definitely. And then now like, not really. And even after COVID, when people started coming back to work, for some weird reason, it peaked and started coming down. Now, I have a lot of theories about that. And I think a lot of theories that I have comes down to the fact of this was the normal world we lived in. Everybody learned to work from home and they sat at home working. Maybe they sat at home starting businesses, like trying to work from home, creating their own stuff. And then, of course, that does, as somebody told me this morning, factor into participation rate. Even self-employment will get factored into that. But why about here, while people are actively working and looking for a job, why all of a sudden here are we in decline? What's going on here that people are no longer trying to work? Is it because people are now trying to start their own things? Are companies not hiring people anymore? Are salary expectations too high because of inflation, but there's a disconnect? Like, what do you think's going on here? Maybe the mods can throw up a poll. Why is the participation rate in decline since last year? Is it because salaries are too high? I want to know what you guys think. Is it salaries? Is it because AI is allowing people more opportunities to take the gamble to create their own job, their own opportunity? Right? This is the era where everybody out there is starting their own AI consulting business, AI interior design business, AI website business, AI whatever business. It's so much easier now for the average person to start a business. They don't need a lot of, creativity. With AI doing the bulk of the labor, they can all just easily pop up and start their thing. Maybe they're in the mode of they're not actively looking for work or working yet. They're in the mode of exploring some kind of path for themselves. Why the decline? Is it inflation? Is it AI? Is it something else? What do you guys think? That's really what I'm curious about. Are the salaries too low? Right? What do we got? I'm curious what y'all think. Is it inflation or AI? Or other, I guess. What do we think? Sorry, they put the wrong things up there. For me, the idea is pretty clear when it comes to the Fed. If the stock market tumbles, companies are going to lay people off when right now there's already a situation of people not going to work. So when that happens, it creates a bigger sort of issue. And I think the Fed is going to move quickly and initiate plunge protection team to shove the plunger in or put the stop in to keep the market from flushing, right? Call it the PPT, the plunge protection team, the name we used to throw around and talk about the Fed 10 years ago when the Fed had a habit of throwing out good news to prevent the market from selling off. So they're going to shove a plunger in the hole so the toilet won't flush. And so that's it. Something else. What do you guys think? Neither. Something else. What's the theory? Is AI taking over jobs? Yeah, something AI related. Maybe AI is helping people start their own jobs. Maybe AI is taking over jobs. That's really the thing, right? Good to see. Or is it like generation? What generation are we on right now? Alpha, beta, gamma, something, whatever generation we're in. Is now the generation where the millennials, we were the last to go to college and aspire to have a career, where Gen Z was the first exposure to social media in their youth and becoming entrepreneurs in their teens. And now Gen Alpha are the children of that. And they're the ones that have the ability to start businesses as children, right? So is it now the new wave to just not aspire to work in corporate life? Is this like the new thing? As a trader, we always want to be flexible and malleable to our perception of the world that we're living in. And the world is never always the same. I don't want to feel like the old boomer sitting on the lawn chair like, well, the kids don't know what it was like back in the day. But I remember when I was in high school, it was, what kind of job do you want to get? What do you want to major in? Because that's what you're going to do for the rest of your life. It never dawned on anybody that's like, I want to become an entrepreneur, unless you just had that spirit. And that's always been that case. From the 2000s to the 80s to the 70s, 60s, you just decided you wanted to start a business. Now, as a millennials, the opportunities got even bigger because we had e-commerce, right? We can start internet type businesses that our parents couldn't do. So it actually opened up this explosion of entrepreneurial stuff, tech and everything. But even after that, like social media was the following generation where people became salesmen for products, right? Everybody was an influencer of some sort. And is it just a growing trend as the younger generation? Not only is there not as a big population explosion, and boomers are also retiring, by the way. This is another thing. Baby boomers are starting to retire. And companies are starting to realize they don't need that job anymore. Maybe companies are becoming more efficient. Maybe AI is helping that out. This is just a new trend where people aren't going to be just, let me go to college and get a job. Or most people have the thought of, what kind of business am I going to start? And maybe that's the new paradigm. I don't know. This is what I was curious what you guys think. As a trader, you're almost like a fashionista. You're like a writer for a fashion magazine. Your job is to know what's hot, what's trending, and get in first, because if you're the first person that does something, you make all the money. And try to think of yourself as a trader as being like a fashionista. We got to try to explore, and this is just exploration, to explore like why something's happening and try to draw conclusions. Can we see something that someone else doesn't see? Can we see a trend forming? And how can we make money on it, right? That's the job of a trader. That's why I like to have conversations and start to think outside the box a little bit. I don't know everything about everything. I don't know everything about the economy. I just like to ask questions and try to find like logical conclusions, right? Anyways, just a thought process. See what you guys think about all this. How do I get over tilting after payouts or long stretch of green days? You've had your biggest payout ever, but decided to tilt 5 fundeds afterwards that were close to payout. Well, sorry to hear that. That kind of sucks. How do you get over doing something? The easiest thing is to tell you don't do that. But in reality, the obvious answer to get over trading is to not need the money that you're trading with. And a lot of times it's really hard for people to understand because you're trading because you want money, right? You're trading because you want to make money, etc. But the idea is you need to go in with the mentality of what you've spent is gone. I bought 5 prop accounts and it's gone. It's not, maybe I can make $1 million. Maybe I can make $1,000. Maybe I can make enough to pay my bills. Think it's gone. I know I still have it, but it's gone. And emotionally prepare yourself for it being gone. That way you don't need it. That way it's not part of the budget. That way it's not something you actually need. You're not tied to it by any means. So then you force yourself to be patient because there's no hurry. You don't need it for anything. You don't need to make the money. You don't need to make anything off of it. Take your time. Wait for the setups that you want and don't be in a hurry to force something, right? If that makes any sense at all. That's the only really way. I mean, you have to psychologically train yourself to not do something. So, and the reality is you have to explore what is your vice that makes you want to do it. So my general first example was that's usually everybody's vice. They need the money and they're enticed to trade. It's the same thing that tickles gamblers at a casino. The idea of making money is titillating. It makes you feel aroused. It makes you feel hyper. It makes you feel active, right? And that's usually everybody's problem, but everyone else has their own battles they face. You have to really find out what makes you desire to do something and like do some journaling and explore what you're feeling. What are your fears? Are you afraid of failure? Do you have an ego you're trying to battle? Do you need the money so bad you're in a hurry to do it? Everyone's going to have a reason. You'll back into it by just writing down what you felt, what you went through, your journal, like actual journaling, and you'll stumble into a pattern of yours and you'll figure out, oh, this is what I've been doing. It's because every Friday I throw it in and it's because I'm thinking, oh, bills are due or something. You'll figure it out, but you have to explore and figure out what is the urge that you have. It's usually an urge, right? What is the addictive urge, the feeling that you have that's making you do it? There's always some kind of like itch that you're trying to scratch. And then you're like, and then the question I have for you is when you enter the trade, do you finally feel relief? Like you're sitting there staring at it and you're like, and you feel very anxious. And then finally, when you push the button to enter, you're like, okay, I'm in the trade. And then you feel a moment of relief when you do that. If that's the case, then you've already answered your own question. It's an addiction problem. The thing is that the opposite is true. You should feel nothing before you enter the trade, and you should feel anxious while you're in it. If it's the other way around, you feel anxious before you get into it, and then once you get in, you're like, okay. It's like the person that's trying to quit smoking, and then they're like, twitching and freaking out, and then, oh, okay, whew, I'm finally back. You know what I mean? So if it's the other way around, then you're dealing with somewhat of like an addictive problem, whether it's addicted to winning or addicted to trading or something like that. And that's usually what a lot of people do face. So figure out what it is so I can explore and kind of dive into it. Instructions look clear. Try to enter a trade. It said you found your hand scratching your butt. Hey, at least you're sitting on your hands, which if that's what you're doing, then you're not trading. It's a good thing. But yeah, so it comes down to journaling is the reason when I tell people journaling is helpful. That's why it's helpful. A lot of people journal the incorrect way. Like there's 2 different types of writing stuff down after you trade. There's journaling and there's trade analysis, or strategy analysis. They're 2 separate things. Most people pay for some trading education, some guru or something tells them, oh, you should journal. And like, what should you journal? Well, journal everything you do. Well, I don't think that's a good idea, and I'll tell you why. But let me tell you what a bad journal is like. I longed here, and then the market fell, and then I took a stop. But then the EMA and the 10 EMA and the LMA crossed over, and then I bought again, and I doubled down. But then that didn't work, and then it fell the next level, and then I decided to flip-flop to short, and then that didn't work, and I took a 50-point stop. This is not journaling. You guys might think that's journaling, but that's not journaling. That is an absolute waste of time to do whatever I just demonstrated. For journaling purposes, that's strategy analysis. And you would be doing that to figure out the win rate of your actions. Journaling is about talking about the other side of this. I longed here. Actually, let me start over. Journaling is this. I woke up 30 minutes late and didn't drink my coffee. And then I got into a trade and took a loss. And after I took a loss, I felt really anxious and nervous because I took a loss. And it's probably because rent was due. And therefore, I saw the market moving down and I jumped into it to go the other way. And because I jumped into it, the market chopped around and I was happy when I made something. I was making a little bit and then it went against me. And then I took a second loss. And in the second loss, I felt twice as bad and I felt twice as anxious. And then I jumped in a third time and then I blew up my account. So none of that talks about moving averages, VWAPs, Ichimoku clouds, whatever, right? It's none of it. It talks about your feelings while you're trading. The other one talked about what you did. And proper traders should do both early on to explore two possibilities. Number one is my trading strategy without the feelings. Is it a winning or losing strategy? Is my efficiency good? Is my stop loss philosophy good? Is my risk management good? The other one is pattern recognition on your own behaviors. It's like, shit, when I didn't drink my coffee, I traded bad. As a matter of fact, I realized every time I didn't trade my coffee, I'm reading my journal, oh, I did bad, blew up these days too, and I didn't have my coffee either. I probably trade bad when I don't have my coffee. Let me make sure I don't forget my coffee. And like journaling is about discovering what you're doing wrong, not what how your strategy sucks, because you have to explore both places. Eventually, you'll stumble onto a winning strategy, but you'll have a horrible emotional composure. You can't even make money with it. And sometimes vice versa. Sometimes you are a wonderful emotionally composed person with just a crappy strategy. And you got to find ground in both of them to be a successful trader. And don't muddle up your journaling with strategy analysis. That's the hardest thing to do is to figure out you. Strategy is very quick to determine if it works or not. Once you get your emotions like the same every day, then it's very quick. You only need a handful of data points to see if something's statistically not working for you. And you can easily swap it out because you're the same person. But if you're a different person every time you trade, it's impossible to analyze the strategy because you don't know what the fault is of the failure. Is the fault you or is it the strategy? You have to isolate both pieces. And so when you answer a question, why do I tilt? The actual answer is journaling, but people need to kind of tell you journaling doesn't mean talking about what you did on the chart or your risk management style. It's exploring your motivations as to why you decided to enter and how you felt when you did it. It's just to see, is there a problem there? You may journal for a couple months and find out you have solid emotional composure. As a matter of fact, I no longer journal because I feel like I've reached solid emotional composure. And I know it's like kind of hard to say you've reached nirvana or perfection with your approach. Nobody's perfect, and I'm not claiming that I'm perfect. But journaling no longer improves my emotional game because it's good enough right now for me to make profitable attempts at be profitable while trading. And there's not much else that I think that hinders me emotionally while I trade. So I don't really journal anymore, but when I did, it was fire. It really was. Right now, I'm cool when I trade. I know what I need to do. I don't tilt anymore. I don't get freaked out anymore. I know I pull the plug every time. It's so rare. But I think the reason that's helped me so much is I'm so far detached from needing the money when I trade that I never feel an itch anymore. Whatever addictive personality or whatever, gone. Whatever ego, mostly gone. If you also have an ego, maybe a little bit, but mostly gone. I don't revenge trade. I don't flip flop. My technique is down packed there, but it does come from years of trying to discover yourself and years of figuring out who you are as a trader really is like the helpful part. Psychology is a big thing. And I think we're going to get Sean out here one day on the stream, you know, this psychologist. He's great to talk to about this stuff. And I love, and he's probably gonna be on my segment probably next week sometime. If you guys know, Sean Sawyer. Yeah, Sean's great. And I've known him for years, right? And every time we talk, it's like the same style of stuff. It's the most important part of a trader's diet is figuring out like what it is you personally do wrong as a person, right? So hopefully that helps. So I already know Sean. Yeah, so Sean and I used to be on Twitter Spaces like 5 years ago, like way back in the day. And I used to like pump him up all the time. Every time he was on, I was like, you guys need to listen to this guy. This is the real battle of a trader. There's not a lot of people that actually go out, and he's like the trader's version of the Sopranos. You know how Tony Soprano was seeing a psychiatrist, right? He's like your psychologist. You know, you go talk to him about the stuff you're dealing with. But anywho, very important that you explore that as a person. And it's easy just to say, you know, there's that meme where you're like, doctor, you know, it hurts when I do this. And the doctor says, well, don't do that. Right? That's the easiest way to tell you not to do something is just don't do it. But you need to discover your motivation of why you do it and then attack that motivation. Any addictive trend, you counter with a counter addiction. For instance, I always tell people, if you're addicted to smoking, become addicted to working out because you have to channel your addiction somewhere else. It makes it easier to quit smoking when your addiction is like into something healthy instead. And now you're addicted to something better. And then you decide not to smoke because it makes you feel sick. And then so shifting an addiction is one thing you can do to face any kind of like emotional trading, right? Find out, am I an addicted person? Number two, and it's just an ego. Like I can't lose. That was my problem. You can't lose because you're the smartest person in the world. You're the smartest person you know. Your parents tell you the smartest person you know. You're a Greek god in your own head. How can you lose? You're the best, right? Make sure you identify that that's you too, and then say, okay, this is stupid. I am going to lose. I need to get used to losing. Then practice losing and practice trading small so that the loss doesn't feel anything, and just be like, okay, I normally would trade 5 minis and I blow up my account, but let me trade small, 5 micros. Okay, I'm down $200. I did say that's my limit, but let me close out. It's not an ego bruise because your ego has a harder time letting go of bigger losses than smaller ones. So to practice with an ego problem, just trade small. These are really good steps. And this is why people go through our boot camp and love the style of coaching I have, because this is the kind of stuff that really people don't face head on. And this is where most of you guys are losing. So addictive, get addicted to something positive. Ego problem, start trading small. Bad technical, like you have bad entry efficiency. This is an emotional thing. Pick one side of the market and stick to it. Long only or short only. Don't flip flop. You'll start to feel the waves of your feelings don't get as bad when you're not chasing both sides of the market all the time. An example of that is you can emotionally spiral. To fight the emotional spiral is, say that I were to long the market here at the top and I stop out. Dang it, I'm lost. Okay, let me jump in on the short. Let me short here. Dang it, I lost. Okay, crap, let me long here. Crap, I lost again. Each time you lose bigger and bigger and bigger, and then your tilt factor exponentially goes up. You're ready to revenge so bad that you can't help it. So flip-flopping is actually a behavior that leads to tilting and revenge trading. Pick a side, stick to it. If it doesn't work, sit out. Take the long, take your stop. Okay, just wait. Don't chase the other side. Just wait. Is there another long opportunity? No. Because if you're jumping in the middle or the end of a trade to take the other side of it, you're likely in the middle of a chop, and the probability you get chopped goes up higher. And then you'll start to kind of like deteriorate your cool emotional state into a spiral. And so these are things you can do to correct those mistakes. But the first thing you do is identify it with your journaling. Then use the tips I just gave you. Maybe that helps you with the behaviors after that. So somebody said, thought you came tilt, and today you started telling yourself to trade small and get out early no matter what. Ended up blowing 2 funded accounts with plenty of drawdown. So wait, you overcame tilt, today you started telling yourself to trade small and get out early no matter what. But you didn't do it, and you blew up 2 funded accounts. Oh, I gotcha. So that does make sense, right? And it just comes with practice, right? You have to practice listening to yourself with the better stuff, the corrective behaviors and all that. Okay. Grim Skull says, I like your name, by the way. I love skulls. As you guys can tell, I got the cool skull bracelets on. And yeah, you can't see it, but I got little skull decorations in my room here. Emotionally spiraled last week, Monday. Lost your funded account doing exactly what Matt's describing. It's such a gut-wrenching feeling. You felt absolutely disgusted with yourself. Listen to the man. Right, the flip-flopping and stuff. Dude, I tell you, once I started learning that I'm going to pick my side of the market and attack it, and if I'm wrong, just be wrong, then that kind of revenge trade approach kind of disintegrate. I didn't really revenge trade anymore. I learned to just take a loss and be done. And now my question is, can I long the market because I was choosing long? Is there a dip to buy? I'm not thinking like, okay, where can I short for the market to crash? Even if it does crash, or at least wait for the actual setup. Don't just chase the other side. It is okay to long and then short in the day. Don't think that I'm saying that there's something wrong with that. It just leads to that behavior. If you can control it, then you're fine. But it doesn't mean that like you were wrong on the trade and way upside down, and then you press the reverse button to go the other way. That's the easiest thing to not do, to kind of help yourself out. Don't reverse a trade once you're way down to get in on the other side. If you identify early on with no emotional loss or anything, like you're in a trade and it doesn't look like it's going to happen, you're like, you know what? I actually do want to short instead of long. And you're not at like an emotional disadvantage. You're not losing. You don't feel like you got to get on the other side because you lost. Then that's okay too. Like choosing the other side of the coin is totally fine. But choosing the other side because the first side lost and you're ready to join everyone else, it's always a losing decision. Always. You're last to the trade. You're in the middle of the move. Dummies do that. Yeah. Never do it. I never do it. You'll never see me ever. I've been trading for 15 years now. You have never seen me on my stream one time reverse a trade. I haven't done it in, I don't know, a decade. I never, not even once. I've never justified it under any condition to get in a trade, to be wrong, and to jump on the other side. Never. I take my loss and walk. And I am so disciplined at that. And you guys will be too. Just practice it. Look at all these red accounts at the bottom right of the screen. Some are green, some are red, some are zero. Am I like, okay, I got to get those red accounts that went red? They took the loss and I moved on. One of them on the stream, the one on the stream was down like $4,000. I took a stab and lost and took a stab and lost and took a stab and lost. And then I moved it aside and I worked on some other accounts. And then it's still sitting there. I learned to be, I didn't like, okay, I'm losing. Let me try to short. Even though the short setup was pretty good, it was just like a long setup that disintegrated. Can have predicted that. So I took the loss and moved on. Practice it. Easy as that. But if today is another one of those Fridays, I swear, another Friday where it does this and sits there, I'm probably going to retire. This is my last trade, guys. I'm never trading again. I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm never trading on Fridays. Never trading Fridays anymore, ever again. They're the worst. They're the worst. But yeah, anyways. So it looks like, speaking of the market dropping, I feel like a form just dropped into the chat. Good luck, traders. I feel like there's a giveaway coming. Y'all quit trading. He's going to go churn yogurt. Yeah, I need like a quiet farming job at this point to just deal with the pains of this Friday. So anyways. MyFunded TV is actually 600 subscribers away from 50K. This is incredible. So you guys, if you haven't subbed to the channel, why haven't you done it yet? I would love for you to help get us to 50K. That would be wonderful. Does iDoc need an assistant? For what? Are you good at making avocado toast? Are you good at, what are you good at, Derek? The answer is maybe. What are you good at? Are you good at eye doctor stuff? Are you good at eye stuff? Can you make green juice? This is the next thing. If you can make green juice, maybe she can hire you. Depending on the pay, you'll make the toast. Okay. I think the pay is going to be absolute crap, but the work experience is good. You can put on your resume. If you ever need to make avocado toast again, I'll put in a good reference for you. You cook Viet food, any dish you want, you're in. I'm in. You're in. Let's go. I'll take a banh mi for lunch. A good sandwich, be good there. I'll take some Bumbleway for dinner. You're hired. Let's go. Let's do it. Happy to go shopping for High Doc. There will be no turkey bacon. All right, you're all hired. Great. I'm going to have like 10 of you DJs just hanging around in my house all the time now, making stuff, wearing chef's hats, getting everything dirty, shopping, buying groceries. That's hilarious. This will be like the next Big Brother type show on MTV, except it'll be like, it'll call it DJ House, and it's like 10 traders decide to live together and all work to help support a streamer, and we'll see who votes who out of the house first. So we'll have auditions this month, and you guys just send your headshots and resumes to iDoc, and we'll sort it out. We'll call it DJ House. How's that sound? Do I need a dog walker, a hugger, a feeder, a lover? I need all of the above. DJ House sounds like there's going to be a lot of going around. New title. How about something that's like instead of Full House, you remember the show Full House, Full Port House? It'll be Full Port House with a bunch of us in there. Like that a little bit better. And the days go by. No, wait, that's the wrong song. That's Family Matters. Which one is Full House? The Full House is look, man, people want missing all your familiar friends, waiting just around the bend. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a port. Some full porting. Everywhere you look, all the trades you make. Gooner's Paradise. Everywhere you look, there's someone to hold on to, and all these like crying traders like hugging. It's okay, bro. It's okay. It's a great sitcom. Yeah. Whatever happens, predictability. Yeah. Okay, good deal. Matt's in the basement with the on-air light on. Yeah, Uncle Jesse style. Yeah, let's do it. I'm in. This is a great show. Why has nobody made this yet? Maybe MyFundedTV can make the sitcom happen. We need to bring back TGIF. That's the good old days. The good old days of television. Failed trader support group. For this challenge, you'll be taking a 10 mini trade while VIX is over triple V. You have to keep up with your heart rate down and your tiny whitey's white. Oh, this is fun. AI could definitely make this happen. Maybe an AI video of all of your favorite MyFundedTV. Somebody needs to make this, I swear. You make this, I'll tweet it. I want to see it. Like the Full House theme song with all the MyFunded people, all the traders, all the mods, whatever, as the intro music to Full House, but it's called, Full Port House. It does itself. Like, what a great video. So many, if y'all make that, maybe I'll give you a prize or something. That'd be hilarious. And then it's like, you have like, like Tom goes, everybody's like the goofy poses. Like they're, Danny Tanner is like, he's like scrubbing a thing and he goes, oh, you know what I mean? Everybody's doing like the goofy, oh, the camera caught me off guard look, and sort of just like, smiling and leaning into the camera and completely being awkward about it. I would actually watch that show. Would you? Would you guys watch that show? That'd be hilarious. Matt is Uncle Jesse eating chips by the fridge with a cowboy hat on, and I'm like, and everybody just gives that kind of like, I'm too cute look. Let me look at the camera. Ash would just sit in one spot the whole day. That's hilarious. That'd be great. Well, it's looking like this Friday is reminding me of all other Fridays we've had. It's kind of making me mad, to be honest. I hate that Friday is not giving me much to play with. Not like mad, but just jokingly mad. I wish there was more to play with in this market. But, you know, fell, chopped, holding bull zone. Now back to the trading setup, right? Pink line is catalyst is active. You guys know I tell you when cat is active, I don't normally trade. But I decided to trade anyways and keeping it small. Just because we do have strong A pivots here. The first thing I did to finally make some money was to catch my bull zone bottom and catch my DD support. These are both really strong A+ pivots. I trade them every single time. I even got a song that kind of goes with it. And I'm betting that we get out of the cat and hopefully be fine. Anything below pink is really bad. And every Friday we've had has done this and just chilled. I'm hoping we can get up here somewhere because this is just a weird looking day. If I can at least get some kind of candle, I should be fine. But man, yesterday's activity was just so crazy because I didn't really take any trades yesterday. If you guys remember, I mostly just sat out and chilled and it just inched higher. It wasn't really a good setup. And then today looked like it was appropriately delivering me a good setup and then didn't pan out. But anywho, my bet is at least this consolidation does towards the end of the day, maybe get a push to here. These indicators at the bottom are telling me this is resistance from here. So the R&R on any particular setup, even though the risk is very high and the volatility is high, is good enough for me to want to take it. As you see, this is about 50 points in the S&P for a 10-point stop. The fact that it is a 5-to-1, I'm pretty okay with trying to take it with a couple of accounts with a contract each. Because I don't need 5 contracts, right, to get a big payout. One contract on S&P, this is $2,500 if it just goes to there and hits the resistance. So I'm not necessarily, scared of committing, but I'm not committing big because the risk is high. And so this is another thing in risk management. If you know your confidence is low or that the risk is high, but the travel distance is big, to offset the risk, higher risk to reward allows me to take a riskier bet. Like one that I'm lower confidence in. My confidence here is normally flawless, like perfect. I'll put a P for perfect. But here it's kind of like medium confidence, like mildly confident. It is a near perfect confluence to get on this, but because the catalyst is active, I'm like medium confidence now. The risk is much higher. When I say risk, I mean the risk of it not working out is higher. The risk of volatility is higher. The set risk on the trade is the same. I will stop out if the trade goes to there. So if I lower my thought to one contract here can actually move 30 points, if not longer, to die out. But I've got 50 points from here. Actually, this is not where I'm longing from. I actually got back in on the trade. I longed here, closed out, and then I decided to get back in right here earlier. So this is actually part 2 of the trade. But imagine I longed here and I'm still holding and I just cut it and I'm holding a runner. Same mentality. From here to there is a huge run. And because it's still a risky thing, but the reward is really big, I'm anticipating I can lose pretty big because of the catalyst, but because of that, I'm going to keep it really small. And risk management is going to be what helps me with this one, but I don't need to put a big lot on this thinking I'm going to miss out in case the market moves higher. If the market moves higher, one is plenty to get a couple $1,000 out of. So keeping the trade sort of like compartmentalized like that, I think is okay. But yeah. Are there any more giveaways today? On Jude, I will give away my funded accounts today on my stream after this. So as soon as I'm done here and I go to my stream this afternoon, my funded giveaways. So you guys come on over. We will be giving away a ton of accounts on my stream. And maybe I'll do one extra thing. If you make me the full house video, I'll give away a MyFundedFutures Pro account for someone that makes me that video. That'd be fun. Just for funsies. So, all right. I'll do that for y'all because it's Friday, because I love y'all, because you guys helped us get to 50K. I'll give you accounts. And if we get to 50K subs, I'll even host a second giveaway on my stream. Let's give away more of my fun accounts for you guys after. So I'll hook you guys up. So who's the video whiz? Who's the AI whiz here? Good question. Here comes Rocket Scooter. So my goal today is hopefully get some of these accounts to green that are red and some of the zeros to green. And we'll see. How do I give away accounts on my channel? Since it's much like the giveaways here, they give away like 50 accounts at a time. It takes a long time to do it my way. everybody gets one entry into a thing, and then I spin a wheel, and the wheel randomly draws your name. And then that's it. As we give away an account, we have like all day to do that. So, in this 1 hour segment, they can't spin a wheel 50 times. It takes forever. But I do it. It's pretty fair. It's pretty quick. Anybody that's in the stream can enter one time. And if you, that's it. Just be on the stream. I'll tell you how to do it. We chill after that. Anyways, I got about maybe 13 more minutes here. Hopefully today, maybe if the guys want to make that little snippet I talked about, journaling is very important. You guys are welcome to make a little clip out of that. If y'all want to make a short, I'll repost it. I think that's the best advice I've given on this channel yet. Identifying your psychological stuff, because this is the thing that relates to most people. I think it applies to everybody. And I think everybody fights pretty much the same 2 or 3 demons. It's not really like everyone's different. But when it comes to trading, everyone's fighting like the same 2 or 3 demons. It's addiction or ego. It's usually the my platform crashed. But the funny thing is, you can see on my screen this cool. Hold on, let me find it again. This cool little AI image that somebody made. We're doing a contest right now of making videos and making pictures and making songs. That's where that was from. But people are making like a bunch of cool ones. So that's the one. This is Matt with a mullet. It's 1987. Molten as windbreaker with his pink sunglasses. There you go. It's pretty good, right? But yeah, addiction and ego, that's it. Or emotional spiraling. Those are the 3 things almost everybody battles with. Emotional spiraling comes down to the fact that you're not really, it's probably not addiction or ego, or maybe a little mix of both. It's mostly emotional fatigue. You lose your composure because of rapidly shifting back and forth. It's like almost like bipolar. You're like excited, then you're scared, then you're freaking out, then you're timid, then you're excited. And so the shifting around during the chasing of the market tends to whittle away everything, and you just become like unstable and you just fall apart. So is that it looks like a new GTA 6 character? I know, right? Dude, GTA 6 is going to have AI, like one of the first video games to have AI NPCs. Imagine having like a unique experience in a video game that no one else has, because you have different conversations with the NPCs. Imagine how cool it is that your video game is going to have characters with personalities, right? That's going to be nuts when it comes out in 2032, when it comes out in a decade, right? Somebody says, is my portfolio real? Are you talking about what's on the screen? What's on the screen are my prop accounts that I'm trading, and they are definitely real. Yeah. You have some news about GTA 6 as a development tester. Oh yeah, what's your news? I feel like knowing you, it's about to be a joke with a punchline. Birds aren't real. No, they're not. Certainly not. We'll be playing it in our graves. So waiting for that Half-Life 3. It's coming. Is this coming? NNCHK, is this daily? Right. This is my daily and my prop accounts. Correct. This is just today. Right now you're testing Battlefield 6. I love that game so much. Can't wait for it to come out. How long is my stream? I stream every day in the morning until I come on to here, and then I immediately stream to close out the afternoon. So probably in 10 minutes until market close, I'll be here. You're ready for the new Fallout, for a new Fallout game? It might be a while, because I don't even think they've started developing one, but I play every Fallout game religiously when it comes out. Big fan. What was you guys' favorite Fallout of all the Fallout games? I want to know what the best Fallout is according to you guys. What is my Wendy's order? I normally will get the chicken nuggets, the fries, and a Frosty when I go to Wendy's, which is very rarely because there's not a Wendy's. Well, there's kind of a Wendy's nearish by, but not my prime choice. You know, check Texas. We got Jack in the Box down here and Whataburger down here, so that's usually the go-to. So 3, 4, 3, 3 and 4. New Vegas 4 for 4. Fallout 3 and 4. No Dave's double. I don't really get burger. When I want a burger, I've never thought like, let me go to Wendy's. I think when I want a burger, it's like Jack in the Box is it? Or Whataburger is it? New Vegas and 4, but New Vegas wins. I think, I know this goes against the fallouts, I guess, like the trend of what everybody thinks. I think 4 is the best game of the series, but I think New Vegas is probably maybe my favorite, like story-wise, but I think 4 was the better game-wise, like gameplay-wise. So I'm kind of tied between the two. But I think 4 was like the best game of the series just because it like completely like, changed how the gameplay was done. Just like, arguably, I think Battlefield 4 was also the best game of the series for the same thing. It like completely like, it's like the Ocarina of Time of the series. It's the one that like, wow, this is what we can do with this game. So I know. But New Vegas was like my favorite of the story. I actually had more fun, I think, playing that, like gameplay wise. I liked 4. Dude, I got lost building settlements in Fallout 4. It was just so fun. And I had it when I played it. I didn't even play that one on PC. It was the only one I ever played on Xbox of all things. And I just literally just built like, I went crazy. I would spend just weeks at a time building up my settlements. I had to find pictures of it, but my sanctuary in Fallout 4 was like award winning. Trust me. I farmed so much concrete. I made it with concrete blocks. It looked like a castle. It was that good. Favorite Pokemon gen? I didn't really Pokemon. Remember, I'm a millennial, so Pokemon came out kind of when I was in high school and college, and Pokemon got big. So I didn't grow up with Pokemon, so I really didn't. I played Black and White when it came out. I had it on my DS when I had it, but I never. Yeah, shut up, Leon. I'm old. So I never really had like Pokemon as part of my like video game diet when I was growing up. So I didn't get like into it as much. I did play Pokemon Go though. I did like it. And I played a couple of the games, but I didn't have I wasn't as into it as I probably would have been had it been like some of y'all's age. Uncle Matt out here, that's right. Pushing 60. Hey, I'm not that old yet. I just turned over the 40s, so I'm young 40s now. Ocarina of Time is the best Zelda out there. I would say I had that opinion until I played Tears of the Kingdom. And I thought Tears of the Kingdom, to my opinion, I know Ocarina of Time is goated. And when I played Tears of the Kingdom, I immediately was like, this, if you never played Ocarina of Time, you never played any of the games, you put them all together, like Tears of the Kingdom was like, to me, the masterpiece of the series. I think that was so good. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are the same game, except Tears of the Kingdom just expanded and made it bigger. Pretty much almost exactly the same game. I used to have to avoid dinosaurs on the way to school. I used to ride dinosaurs on the way to school. Would I rather stay sim funded or move to live fed goat? That's a very good question. It depends on the prop firm. It depends on the parameters. In general, I personally, there's pros and cons, right? Live, you have the ability to save more money on your taxes because it's real futures. Sim funded, you are going to pay more on your taxes. Live typically has fewer parameter rules as far as like, consistency and all that usually goes away. But live also comes with daily loss limit, which is my least favorite rule. I hate daily loss limit. I hate limiting scaling. Some sim funded accounts in certain props don't have daily loss limit. And so if there is no daily loss limit, I'd rather stay in sim funded and take the tax hit because I can scale farther than going to live with the DLL. However, in accounts like with MyFundedFutures, where the live program is so awesome, I'd like to go to live because the scalability is pretty good. And even though there's DLL, it's totally fine because it's an easier path to profit, I think, than the actual sim accounts there. So each prop firm, you got to make that choice one way or the other. To each their own. There's certain props out there that have like uncapped payouts. There's certain prop firms out there that don't have uncapped payouts. Live is an uncapped payout. So then you can have the decision which one's better for you. In general, I'd rather trade my own personal funds, period, than any prop account or funded account or anything, just in general, because there's fewer rules. As a trader, rules are harder. But when I do choose a prop, yeah, that's why I like MyFunded. It's one of the best all around. All of them are good. So in either case, live is the better plan, I think, with MyFunded. Yeah. So it just depends on what you want to do. Why do you pay less taxes on live? Well, because a live account is real funds, real futures funds, right? So a real account with real money, you get the 60-40 rule in taxes, which means you're paying 60% of your gains is at long-term capital gains tax, which is 15%. Prop payouts are paid as either a 1099 or a K1, depending on the firm, and therefore it's considered as investment income or distribution shares from a company, which is going to be taxes income. So that's your income tax. Like me, because I make over $600,000 a year, it's 37%. Every additional dollar I make from props is taxed at 37% if it's not live. Taxed effectively at 20%, 22 or whatever percent if it's actual futures. So that's how that works. Futures are taxed better than stocks. If you guys didn't know that, definitely better. So if you're making a whole lot of money, you're definitely want to be live account for sure. So when you're live, it should be a 1256 when you're a live trader. So it's going to be a real futures gains. So, should be. Now, I'll let me go here. Yeah. I would believe so. It's either a 1256 or a K1. Sorry, like I said earlier. A 1099 for a sim fund, but a 1256 or a K1 for live account, depending on if it's an actual commodity pool that you're a partner of, it should be a K1 with distributions. If it's just you trading the props account, it should be a 1256. Yeah. So that's the difference. And if you're just prop firm, it's 1099 for sim funded. Yeah. Sorry, when I said K1 earlier, I was merging the things here. K1 would be on rare occasions. Some live prop firms will do K1s. Not common, but some of them do. Mostly 1256. Yeah. But I'll know, it's my first year doing all of this, so I'll know at the end of it how it all works. This is my first year really diving into props. So, yep. Okay, guys, looks like I'm almost out of time. Appreciate y'all being here. I love when you guys come to MyFunded TV, helping us grow. We're almost at 50K subs. What do you guys think of the announcement they had? By the way, last before I get out of here, the announcement they have on the sim funded resets. How do you guys like that? Was that cool or what? I thought that was a banger announcement, man. I thought it was amazing. Yeah. When I heard about it, I was pretty thrilled. Even cooler if it was for scale too. Well, give them some time, you know? I mean, if they're testing it out and if it works well and you guys like it, it's really good. They might actually, maybe they might. I don't have any knowledge of anything else coming down the line, but oh, that's pretty cool. You didn't like it because it's only for core accounts. Well, maybe, right? So maybe down the road, you never know. But MFF is always, redefining, the prop space and changing the game and trying to make it better. So who knows? They always come out with something cool. It's another cool thing they came out with. It's really cool. Anyways, guys, have a great weekend. I'm going to be live on my stream. Like I told you guys, I'll give you all do a giveaway today for MyFunded just to celebrate that. Come on over. Here's the link over here for me. You guys click that link. I'll be live for the rest of the day. Y'all can hang out with us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, MyFunded TV. Thank you, hosts in the morning. Love you all to death. Thank you, mods. And we will see you on Monday. I'm out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.